The Alpine Rally of 1954, the 17th Criterion des Alpes, was planned to be the toughest and most grueling of this historic series of events. Divided into 4 main stages to be covered in 5 days, the route over 2,200 miles led over the mountains of France, Italy, Austria, Germany and Switzerland to end, as it began, by the sun-drenched shores of the Mediterranean. The 82 starters, assembled by the harbour at Marseille, included the pick of Europe's long-distance competition drivers, men and women fully aware of the hazards and tribulations to which they and their machines would be put in the next 5 days, yet eager to join the struggle for the high prestige, which is the principal reward of success on the Alpine. Afternoon sunshine in Provence, fast tree-lined roads, ahead the mountains. This was the prelude. But the coveted Coupe des Alpes is reserved for drivers who complete the course without penalty for lateness on the rigorous schedule. And the first stage of nearly 700 miles in 20 hours, northwards and east to Saint-Moritz, lay across cruel country. As the rally entered its first night, it was already clear that the weather was to play a strong hand against organizers and competitors alike. Dawn found the drivers clear of the passes of France's southeastern frontier. The Alos, Vars and Izoard had been crossed, but the Italian Alps were wearing their winter dress, and conditions like these were more suitable to the January run to Monte Carlo than the far higher average speeds demanded for the Alpine in July. The 2 smallest classes for 750 and 1000cc cars were an all-French affair for Renault and Panhard. And with roads completely icebound, the smallest cars in the event were favored by their lower target average speeds. But as the cavalcade approached Saint-Moritz from a course which had been modified to include the pass of Viviani, the field had already thinned out a lot. Many were penalized, and the struggle for supremacy began to take on its shape. The battle for the team prize, as tough a proposition as anything on the Alpine, was already thinned down to 3 British teams: the Sunbeam Alpines, the Triumph TR2s, and the Daimlers of Corbishley, Bolton and Sorledge. Derek Hard was playing a lone hand for Morgan. The Jaguars were no strangers to the rally. But here's a newcomer to the Alps, the Standard 10, hard driven by a gentleman of the press. So after 20 hours against the mountains, the weather and the clock, the cavalcade checks in at Saint-Moritz. Of the 82 starters, only 32 have defeated the schedule and escaped penalty on the first stage, and 20 are missing. Triumph test driver Ken Richardson has lost 2 minutes to a puncture, but the team is still well placed. Monte Carlo Victor Gassanides has retained a clean sheet so far, sharing the ride with a fellow Dutchman, Slotemacher. But the rally is still in its early days. The international competition will be fiercer yet. And Stuart Blodgett, who won his Alpine ride in an American competition, may well be wondering about his choice of a reward as the excitement mounts and the mountain roads and the weather take their toll. Every minute of the Alpine is scheduled against the clock, and even the move from control to the overnight car park is governed to ensure no servicing to overworked machines except in time won against the overall average speeds on the road. Experience, as well as skill and courage at the wheel, are at a premium on the Alpine. Driver and co-driver must be in the exceptional class to survive even the first stage. Unless the car matches the qualities of the crew, the Alpine is an impossibility. And as the surviving machines are guarded overnight in the sealed car park at St. Moritz, the tired drivers snatch what rest they can. From St. Moritz to Cortina via Munich, a fantastic right-hand circuit across 4 frontiers and 6 major passes above 7,000 feet. Such was the second stage of the Alpine of 1954. But as the cavalcade climbed the pass of Bernina from St. Moritz, the drivers comforted themselves with the thought that conditions could scarcely be worse at any point on the 500 miles which lay ahead. But even the organizers of the Alpine are forced to give best to an avalanche. And at the start of Europe's highest pass, the Stelvio, came an unscheduled halt in the proceedings. Rerouted to avoid the roadblock, the cars continued to press northwards towards the Austrian frontier, and the ill wind of the avalanche had at least afforded the drivers an unexpected 90 minutes rest from the perils of the ice-bound mountain road. The Triumph team remained intact, and although Richardson and Cat were penalized, all were well aware that the game was by no means played out yet. The struggle for minutes in the Alps is probably the most rigorous test which driver and car can undergo, and the constant strain on gearbox, transmission and brakes is as unending as the serpentine roads themselves. This was the new Triumph's first attempt upon the Alpine, and as the field thinned out with almost every pass, competitors realized the strength of the newcomer's challenge. The roads are, of course, open to normal traffic on most of the route, and a blind corner can conceal almost any hazard, or even a stop for lunch. Snow in the heights, avalanches on the slopes, and in the valleys, floods. A further detour near the Austrian frontier called for more map reading. But northward still, towards Munich. Still, the weather did its worst, and in torrential rain, the Triumph team succeeded there in the high-speed test where many failed to reach their target. But as the route turned south again towards the mountains, the going became more hazardous with every mile. Floods closed the approach roads to the Großglockner. Out came the organizers' maps again, and an alternative course via the Aachen and Brenner passes was plotted on the spot. Back into Italy ran the road. And at Cortina in the Dolomites ended the second stage, and the hopes of all but 21 drivers for a Coupe des Alpes. The circuit of the Dolomites, 188 miles of road which climbs and dives through 7,000 feet repeatedly. This was the course for the third stage of the 1954 Alpine. The Dolomites are the garden of the Alps, and for the first time the weather behaved more reasonably. The road climbs through the flower-decked meadows above Cortina d'Ampezzo to cross the passes of Falzarego and Pordoi. But against a time schedule calling for average speeds of up to 47 miles an hour, there's little time for competitors to concentrate too much upon the beauties of the Alps. But here at least the road is closed to non-competitors, and that means you. And the clerk of the course tackles the task with true Italian enthusiasm. In the 750 class, the little cars had to average 40.3 miles an hour over the circuit to escape penalty. For the 1-liter cars, the average was 41. The 1300s had to make a half a mile per hour more, and in this class, the new Austrian Denzel, in the hands of its builder-designer, was going great guns against the standard Porsche opposition. Target speed for the 1600cc class was no less than 43.5 miles an hour, and the initial climb of the Pass of Pordoi was separately timed for bonus marks. Still, the Triumph team pressed on with consecutive numbers running line ahead. Dutchman Gatsonides retained his clean sheet, but one mistake, one falter in the power output of the overworked engine on this stage, and bang would go all hope of success. American visitor Blodgett forces on, though collision with a crashed competitor will soon end his gallant first attempt. Veteran alpinists Peter Collins and George Hartwell lead Sheila Van Dam, striving for her second consecutive ladies' prize. But could this be a short-sighted navigator looking for the road? So to a welcome sign for all concerned, for although of the surviving cars, only one more clean sheet went by the board on the circuit of the Dolomites, that 190 miles took the edge off many an engine. The fourth and final section was probably the worst of all. From Cortina back to the finish at Cannes, 884 miles in 28 hours of driving without rest. The road ahead to some extent unknown because of detour, but involving still 9 major passes, 2 of them timed ascents. The normal, leisurely pace of mountain life forms a striking contrast with the hectic chase of the rally. Any straight must be taken with foot hard on the boards. And even in the villages, there can be no relaxation of the constant effort. And this is the Stelvio, traditional speed hill climb on the Alpine, bypassed on the outward course, but open now for tired cars and drivers to pit themselves against the watch. The climb to over 9,000 feet in 8 miles involved more than 50 of the tight hairpins colloquially known as lacets, concrete-covered bootlaces in this case, and even more slippery under the influence of melted snow than the treacherous loose surface of the streets and their inevitable dust. And the Stelvio took its toll. 4 more cars failed there. So down to the lowlands once again, to the Bormio control, and then a comparatively easy stretch to Lake Como, where cars still capable of making any speed afforded time for tired crews to snatch a meal in the late afternoon. Westwards now to the Franco-Italian frontier, where officials on both sides saved precious minutes by their friendly cooperation. The little St. Bernard was tackled in the dark, then onto the Iserin, and still there were hundreds of miles of mountain between the competitors and their journey's end. Col du Glandon, Croix de Fer, Col du Telegraphe, with its tight hairpins in quick succession, on through Valois to the Galibier, pass after pass in a heart-breaking succession of continuous effort. Now there were less than 40 survivors on the road, and the majority of them were in various degrees of trouble. Moss and Cutts were the sole unpenalized survivors of their team. Murray Frame had been beaten by 1/5 of 1 second. Dutchman, Cat and Tack were 30 points adrift, leaving Gatsonides as Holland's hope for a Coupe des Alpes. Richardson was struggling with further misfortune, a broken rear spring, for Lady Luck plays a strong hand in the Alpine in a game which is liable to be rough. American driver Atkins had dropped this one 20 feet down a ravine. It looks it. All along the route, landslides made shocking road surfaces worse still, and to continue at all called for high courage from the crews. The Izoard was impassable, but the Cayole led to the Col de Var, the Var to Briançon, Briançon to the Col de Valby, and on to the Col de Blair. By now, the drivers had been 22 hours without rest on this final stage. But still, one slip of concentration could spell complete disaster at the speeds they must maintain. But as the cars swept down on the final run from the mountains to grass and to the coast, the weather was left behind, and the Mediterranean at Cannes smiled its traditional welcome to exhausted crews. Of 82 starters, only 37 checked in here, and of these, 18 were British. But still, the final test lay between drivers and their rest. A simple acceleration braking test, this is no major hazard at normal times. But at the conclusion of such a run, with bonus marks in the balance, it called for the last ounce of effort from man and machine alike. Determined to beat his luck, Ken Richardson made second fastest time of any car, regardless of class. Yes, even including him. The battered Porsches survived to take first two places in their class, and the courage of Atkins was rewarded by second place to the American. Cat and Tack had fought their way through to complete the Triumph team. To Richardson and Heathcote, fourth place in the class. And to Gatsonides and Slaughtermarker, a Coupe des Alpes and second place in the class. The Triumph TR2s, on their first outing in the Alpine, had won two of its most coveted awards. And as the honors of the Alpine of 1954 were presented to triumphant competitors, a team from Holland and Britain, with a British car, had shown once again that achievement in the realm of motorsport knows no frontiers. In its comparatively short post-war career, the Dutch International Tulip Rally has established itself as one of the most popular and best-run events in the calendar. For one thing, it comes at such a pleasant time of year, and the friendly people of Holland do all they can to make their motoring guests feel welcome and at home. In Holland, they certainly know how to say it with flowers. In the countryside near Noordwijk, where the rally has its headquarters, the letters BHP might well stand for bulb horsepower. But the Dutch are very keen on motoring too, and the 7th Tulip Rally attracted an entry of 207 cars from 9 countries to compete in 4 categories, subdivided into no less than 14 capacity classes. In addition, for the first time, a complicated handicap system was introduced, and the basic recipe of the 1800-mile road section was also a departure from what had become the traditional pattern of the Tulip Rally. For from the start, all roads led comfortably towards Stuttgart. The autobahns of Germany make motoring easy, and after a night in which to shake down to the job in hand, experienced tulip drivers were inclined to mutter that the rally was no longer the furious dice it used to be. But the temptation to crack along the high-speed concrete is irresistible to most, and Bill Banks, who's come nearer to winning the tulip than any man, is no exception. The Triumph TR2s were there, of course, in force, and the official works entry, here Jimmy Ray leads Bob Dixon and Ken Richardson, fell into line ahead, followed by Lola Grounds and Cherry Osborne out for the ladies' prize, and motoring editor Gregor Grant. But even despite the gentle prelude to the Tulip of '55, several cars ran into trouble before reaching the Stuttgart control, and the Triumph team had a narrow squeak when Ray and Waddington lost themselves on the outskirts of the city, but made it with seconds to spare. Competitors now relaxed for what was described as a day of rest, but compulsory participation in a tour of the city, including the motorworks, and a deal of official hospitality, made the visit to Stuttgart scarcely a rest cure. Early to bed would have seemed a good idea, for ahead lay the serious motoring of the trip, and it involved an early start. The famous Schloss Solitude was the starting control, and Ray Brooks was one of the early men away. Old friends and rivals were as usual met to do battle, and Sheila Van Dam, the European ladies champion, was out for further laurels, while other ideas on the matter were held by Nancy Mitchell. The Triumph TR2s in the 2-litre sports section had a handicap time of 18 minutes to be added to their total times for the eliminating tests. These handicaps were awarded to individual models on the standard of performance expected by the organizers, The aim was, of course, to give every competitor an equal chance of outright victory. Although in the same class, John Gott's AC Ace, on the other hand, had 17 minutes handicap. Modified Ford Zephyrs were given 17 minutes, Standard Zephyrs 13, the Standard Sunbeams 14, and so on. But evidently this Dutch crew were happy to carry the additional handicap of national costume as well. The road from Solitude involved some 60 miles of pleasant going to the start of the first special section, and the only worry was the fear of secret checks and the penalty for exceeding a 75km/h average. But in the tree-clad mountains of the Black Forest, the motoring really began in earnest. First came the eliminating test on the famous Freiburg hill climb and the opportunity to taste the effects of the handicap times. Once again, the mountains soon had the rally in its true perspective. But as competitors followed the beautifully prepared route card, so typical of the event, which led them into the heart of this most romantic corner of the German countryside, for the most part, they could only guess at how the pattern of the competition had emerged. The Citroëns, for instance, had found the 12-minute handicap too much, but Dutchman Tack with a 300 SL Merc now led the field, with Martin's TV Fiat close behind, followed by John Gott, Jimmy Ray's TR2, and Gattonaides' little Standard 10. Meantime, the passing field bore no relation to these mathematical facts. And the hazards that beset the rally driver on his way continued to confront the cavalcade. So to the first of the notorious special sections of the Tulip, with the Dutch officials waiting, as at every time control along the route, to dispatch individual cars at minute intervals. Only 35 miles long, the section climbed and dived through the tortuous byways of the Black Forest, and it didn't take long for crews to realize that the rally had not, in fact, degenerated into a holiday tour of the beauty spots of Europe. Here, the handicap times were no longer of any significance. The task involved was merely to reach the next control within the specified time. The average speeds varied according to category, but involved hard work for all concerned. Dathan's A40 was by no means the only car to run into trouble on this section, and the proverb about crossing one's bridges became relevant early on. Melder and Montesquieu, who set off from Noordwijk with the Saab, and although this Dutch pair looked steady at this point with the Morris Minor, their teammates following very nearly did it again. Greta Molander, the Swedish lady veteran, was in a hurry. The Saabs, by the way, carried only 5 minutes handicap. Near misses worked out at about 1 per competitor per mile, but the Opel record of Versloot and Tegela did the thing in style. Miraculously, neither man was hurt in this frightening crash. In all, 18 crews lost marks on this section alone, and 5 or 6 retired. There was further trouble in the mountains of the Vosges, and at night came the second hill climb of the Col du Pin. When the cars reached Champagnole in the French Alps, 193 crews were still in the hunt, and of these, 154 were still unpenalized. But the special section from La Masque to Issingeau produced further incidents and penalties. 25 crews had retired by the time Montélimar was reached, though still 143 had succeeded in keeping on time. Of the more fancied teams, those of Triumph, Sunbeam, Saab, Mercedes and Taunus were still intact, and though Tack still maintained his position on actual times, Martens now led the classification on handicap. The route now followed the familiar rally roads of the Alps, and the beautiful landmark of the lake at Aix-les-Bains marked roughly the halfway stage. Now came the Jura sections thick and fast, and another familiar hill climb to well over 5,000 feet on the Col de la Faucille. Here, Tack again made a comfortable BTD, with Martens building up his lead to 16 seconds on handicap, Bill Banks, Engel and John Gott close behind. But for the enthusiastic motoring competitor, personal standards are every bit as important as the classified results. For instance, Gregor Grant's climb, some 30 seconds quicker than his time in 54, quite made his day. But Jimmy Ray lost a few seconds on an early hairpin where Ken Richardson had to use reverse. So to the Ballon d'Alsace and its striking monument. By now, retirements had risen to 35, but 126 were still unpenalized. The Ballon is an old friend of the Tulip organizers, and since its inception, the itinerary has included a timed climb on this splendid hill. But of recent years, the clock of the course has deemed a downhill run against the clock to be a cunning test for tired crews and even more tired brakes. And thus, the motor race downhill has become an annual highlight of the rally. It's not so bad when seen from the cinema seat, but for passengers, this test is not the most pleasant way to study the countryside. The downhill test demands precise judgment from the driver in every way. At this stage of the rally, every second is vital to the competitor's chances of success, for few opportunities now remain for any spectacular improvement of position. And furthermore, as downhill fast puts pure engine performance at a discount, here is an opportunity to sneak a few seconds from the more potent motors of the opposition. However, the risks involved must equally be weighed. A hair's breadth of over-enthusiasm could mean complete disaster. The brakes have a very severe pounding still to come, and the finish in Holland is still more than 600 miles away. Nevertheless, Jimmy Ray was but fractionally slower than Tack in the 300 SL Mercedes. Now the tide had turned against Lola Grimes and Cherry Osborne, and further misfortune still awaited them. Grant Norton's ace was not as fast as Gott's, but Jimmy Ray was now fourth, only 1.6 seconds behind the motoring policeman, despite the odd minute of handicap. Boardman and Whitworth were now leading the big standard touring car class. The irrepressible Jackie Reese again demonstrated that funny stories are not his only strong suit, and Bill Banks continued to threaten the leaders. A pleasing sight for British eyes was the number of continental competitors who had elected to drive the products of this country's industry. Sheila Van Dam and Ann Hall were now engaged in a bitter duel with Sweden's Greta Molander. That very fast man, Peter Harper, was trying all he knew to beat the handicap. But Per Malling, the victor of Monte Carlo, was out of luck this time. So, towards the end of a busy day, the cavalcade turned north for Luxembourg and the route of 1,000 curves. Fortunes had changed. A minor accident ended Jimmy Ray's gallant efforts, and many cars still running had lost the edge of their performance. Tired eyes were not inclined to delight in the beauties of the sunset, and after dark came 24 kilometers of the difficult Nürburgring to whittle away the number of crews still unpenalized for lateness at control. Now, the final miles of the road section, the journey via the Eifel Mountains northwards towards Holland. And here again, the principal concern was for secret controls, a problem to keep crews on their toes to the very end. The Tulip's welcome back to Holland is as picturesque as the send-off. The frontier, which has seemed so desperately distant, brings a welcome promise of rest ahead, and the pleasant roads make the danger of sleeping at the wheel the principal hazard of the closing miles. At last, the great hotel, the Hustedine at Noordwijk by the sea. This Danish crew completed the road section without penalty, but were 10 minutes down on tests. But these boys were 8 minutes late. Greta Molander and the Saab team, however, had obviously done well. As the surviving cars were locked away overnight in the Parc Fermé, no less than 119 were clear of penalty marks, and the results of the Tulip of 1955 were by no means a foregone conclusion. Now came the final test at the Zandvoort Grand Prix circuit nearby. Although time was still the deciding factor, as in all the previous eliminating tests, this was in fact mass-start motor racing over 10 laps in handicapped groups. Here's the quick 2-liter brigade, the 16 to 18-minute boys in action. At the end of lap 1, it's Ken Richardson's TR2, Cuth Harrison showing his mastery, John Gott third, and Slottermarker fourth. Richardson still in the lead. Slottermarker has moved up to second, and Gott has also passed Cuth Harrison. Now Harrison repasses Gott, who knows he's got to stay within striking distance of Richardson in the lead to win the class. Again, the AC forces past the Ford and the crowd adore it. Now the two R2s come to grips, and with a lap and a half to go, the Dutchman takes the lead. Slottermarker, Ken Richardson second, Gott third, Harrison. And so they finish, Gott winning the class from Richardson and Harrison winning the 3.5-litre modified touring award. The Category E event brought equally crucial racing. Peter Harper had to lick Engel's Mercedes 220 to win the class on an equal handicap. Sheila Van Dam was behind Nancy Mitchell and Greta Melander, but determined to do her best. Mrs. Mitchell knew she had little hope of retaining her lead on the Scandinavian lady, but pressed on regardless. However, some were a bit too regardless. Ah, well, he won't do that again. Engels wins, Harper is second, and Sheila Van Dam and George Hartwell fight it to the line. Race followed race in slick succession, but Martin's TV Fiat in the lead in the general classification is missing from the picture. With only Zandvoort between him and certain victory, the clutch disintegrated and the Belgian joined the spectators in the stands. But that's the way it goes in motoring. Without an element of luck, the odds are piled up high against the individual. Now comes the race of the day, with Gatsonides Standard 10 shooting into the lead. Gatso was out for the class, and Greta Melander, number 209, makes her bid for the ladies' prize. With her handicap advantage, Greta could scarcely fail to beat off the British girls who had already done the test. But the Saab and the Little Standard make a real race of it. Now Miss Molander takes the lead with Gatso second and Melder third and falling back. The hairpin and 1 lap to go. And Greta beats Gatso to the line by that much. The crowd have surely had their money's worth. And so, to the victor, the true reward. The Standard 10 of Gatsonides and St. John Foster, standard in every sense, had won its class. The Triumph TR2 of Richardson and Heathcote was second in its class, and Gregor Grant won the Motor Holland Trophy. A good event, well run, and much enjoyed. The Tulip Rally of 1955. Spanned from west to east by the unbroken mountain chain of the Alps, the map of southern Europe presents a paradise for the motoring enthusiast. And south of the mountains, the sea, the color, the warmth, and the gaiety. It was alongside the ancient harbor of Marseille that 79 cars assembled for the start of the International Alpine Rally of 1956. Not a large entry by the standards of the Monte Carlo or Tulip rallies, but the Alpine is an event strictly for experts only, and even at that, it's not everyone's idea of fun. But 4 British factories sent their teams, and amongst them were the already immensely successful Triumph Tr4s. The continental crowd likes its motoring dramatic, so competitors were launched on their way down a milli-millia type ramp, and the clock, which combined with the mountains was to be their principal adversary for over 2,600 miles, became the focal point of their attention from then on. As is usual in this classic event, the majority of cars and crews, 40 in number, were French. But such is the reputation of the Alpine that 29 British crews were there to face the challenge of the 6 stages of the rally, 2 of those stages running through the night and without the traditional day of rest. As the sun set over Marseille, the cavalcade threaded its way swiftly through the city and away into the less frequented mountain roads to attack the first col in less than 20 miles. The journey lay to the north and east. All night long it was a rough struggle over the Alos, the Vars and the Izoard, and via the Col du Mont-Genève to Italy and the easy highway of the Autostrada. Here most co-drivers took the wheel, while the number 1 boys rested in readiness for the first special test which waited for them across the plain at the Autodrome of Monza. 3 laps of the road circuit was the order of the day. A high minimum average speed according to class had to be made from a flying start to avoid penalty marks and the loss of a Coupe des Alpes. There were bonus marks for the fastest laps recorded. For those of us who'd not driven at Monza before, there was food for thought, for the circuit is deceptive, and with only 1 warming up lap, there was no time for error. But not to worry unduly, says Nancy Mitchell to John Gart, who had lost marks during the night, while old hands like Gatsonides and Cut Harrison presumably discuss the weather, and Leslie Griffiths takes a precaution later to prove highly necessary. For cave, a shave. But Cat has other sources of refreshment on a day already blazing hot before 8 a.m. The test was run off in groups of 10 cars at a time, and the target speed for the Triumphs was a minimum of 78 miles an hour around the 3-mile circuit. The long straight past the pits from the South Bend to the Grande Curva provided an opportunity for maximum speed, and the quick ones were getting around 100 miles an hour at this point. Number 426, Leslie Griffiths, with his privately entered TR, is closely followed by Paddy Hopkirk and Gatso, all with a comfortable handful of seconds to spare. But this French-driven Alpha appeared to have shot its bolt during the night in the Col. Still, the clock ticks on above the time-stamp machine which rules the Alpine driver's day, and Jimmy Ray sets off at the appropriate second to leave the high-speed circuit of Monza and continue the battle in the mountains. A 50-mile section at 32 miles an hour into the hills was not difficult after the grueling of the night before, although many cars had now fallen by the way and some of the motors had decidedly lost their edge. But now came what many drivers consider the most treacherous pass of all, the 30-mile section across the Vivione. The choking dust of the loosely surfaced roads was to prove the undoing of the entire Renault factory team, but they were by no means alone in this misfortune. However, Dr. Dudley Barker, although penalized during the night, had his standard 10 going magnificently in a class rapidly dwindling in numbers. Although the Vivione only rises a little over 5,000 feet as compared to the 8,000-foot Izoard crossed in the hours of darkness, The average speed required for its defeat, at 48 kilometers per hour, calls for maximum effort on the tortuous descent. The surface is not only rough, but very loose. The car is on the slide for virtually the whole time. And if this sort of thing looks difficult and dangerous, there's every reason to believe that it is. Peter Harper's Rapier had got past the MGs of Bill Shepherd and John Milne, who, a few seconds later, was to have a frighteningly narrow escape from plunging over the edge in the blinding dust. As my own car here was the next along the road, we saw very clearly what the Viviani can do if given a fraction of a chance. Paddy Hopkirk later claimed this reminded him of the wilder tracks of his native land, while Gatsonides, striving for his third Coupe des Alpes, recognized it as a critical stage. The Cat Brothers team car, christened the Flying Witch, lived up to her name, while Leslie Griffith's Tr4 still led Grant Norton's Seeker. And Tommy Wisdom introduced his daughter to the rigors of the Alpine. Meantime, the Ford team remained intact, unpenalized, presenting a serious challenge to the Triumphs. René Cotton's Mercedes was destined not to finish, and indeed, only 3 of the larger sports cars did. Still, the breathless descent of the Viviani continues, and the blinding dust claims another victim. Jimmy Ray has a narrow escape while attempting to get his Rapier past a slower car. But although Ray and Waddington struggle to get their car back on the road, the damage is too severe for them to continue, and the Sunbeam team, like the Triumphs, who lost Ken Richardson during the night, is one man short. From the Viviani, the route led on through the valleys of the Dolomites, the same relentless urgency against a road never straight, never flat, and frequently unsurfaced. It was now 20 hours since the start, and the physical strain involved was being felt by everyone. The heat was on in every sense. The Monte Giovo had been crossed, the Passo di Pernis, and now came the track which calls itself the Gardena. It's one of the tragedies of the Alpine that the driver misses all the scenery. His eyes, focused on the narrow ribbon of road ahead, have no time for the grandeur of the mountains. But the Gardena leads to the Falzarego, a high but not too difficult pass, and the Falzarego leads to Cortina and the end of the first stage. Paddy Hopkirk and Willie Cave, sensing the call of a bath and a meal, attack the pass with zest. And there goes Jack Sears and Kenneth Best. But Cortina, although just over the hill or so, was still 1,000 curves away. There is no neutralization of timing controls on the Alpine. To escape penalization, you clock into the nearest minute and leave to the nearest second. Consequently, any time you have out of the car at all is one against the clock. But the Triumph Works team had time for a check on each other's welfare at the summit of the Gardena. Time to go over the vital actions which would have to be completed to service the cars in readiness for the morrow, before they would be locked away in the guarded park overnight. And as Cat led the way towards the last leg over the Falzarego, he headed 5 unpenalized Tr4s in battle against the 3 unpenalized Zephyrs, 4 clean MGs, the 2 surviving Rapiers, for George Murray Frame had been eliminated through collision with a Porsche, and considerable Continental opposition still unpenalized. But when the final count was taken in Cortina, it was seen that 25 cars, almost 1/3 of the entry, failed to complete the first stage of 715 grueling miles in 24 hours. Dawn on the second day, and dawn on the Falzarego, the guardian of Cortina d'Ampezzo. The first car left at 5:15 a.m., and the second man to tackle the pass was Dudley Barker with the gallant little Standard 10. This was to be the circuit of the Dolomites, Cortina to Cortina, and only 190 miles of motoring, but on a route with a profile like a damaged saw, which often in the past has been the downfall of rising hopes, as Peter Harper knew to his cost. But newcomers to the event, like me, were robbed of the full treatment of the Circuit des Dolomites à l'Alpin, for instead of a non-stop dash with special timed sections, the local authorities insisted upon the establishment of 3 controls and the standard average speeds of 32 miles an hour. But despite the easier sections, there were 4 major passes, the Falzarego, Podoi, Role, and Misurina, to continue the punishing treatment to gearbox, brakes, and suspension, and several drivers incurred fresh or further penalties, though the battle between the British teams remained unaffected by the day. And as the day's stage was completed, an afternoon of rest and relaxation in the beautiful Dolomite resort of Cortina, a good dinner, and a good night's sleep by no means came amiss. The third stage was more adventurous, and for the first time since the war, the Alpine route ran eastwards to Yugoslavia. After a frontier crossing remarkable for its speed and absence of formality, the dwindling cavalcade of cars, now headed by the Standard 10, sped south and east for what was to most of us our first sight of the beautiful Dalmatian coast. The Yugoslavs may well be proud of this splendidly engineered main road, which follows the broken coastline from Rijeka, which used to be called Fiume before the war, to the little town of Senj. Once again, it was a day of blazing heat, and along this stretch, the only worries were the possibility of overheating the engine and the problem of tire wear, which was already a serious consideration, for all tires must be carried throughout the rally. The 40-mile-an-hour average was no problem here, but time had to be got in hand, and the temptation for a quick dip had to be resisted. But before Zagreb was reached, there were over 100 miles of what must surely be the worst roads in Europe. Appalling dust, wicked potholes, and ruts lay ahead and an average speed of 36 miles an hour to make, including a pass or two, to say nothing of a special high-speed test. The sting of the Yugoslav section lay in the tail, and of the 33 who started the day unpenalized, 5 continental entries retired and 1 was late. The 4th stage, over 360 miles, ran westwards again, across more cruel Yugoslav roads in lovely country, across the Julian Alps and back to Italy. The day's motoring varied from comparatively easy sections, calculated to instill a false sense of security, into some near maximum effort motoring, and 3 more cars were to suffer penalties, to say nothing of the universal wear and tear on cars and crews alike. A mathematical error, easily understandable, penalized the MGs. The 2 works rapiers survived. Hopkirk and Gatso continued to keep an eye on each other, and as the miles mounted by centuries, so the affinity between all the surviving crews increased. The British contingent became almost as a single team, and on all sides the standard of driving and sportsmanship were worthy of this great event. But the Ford team lost marks when Ann Hall and Yvonne Jackson were plagued by electrical snags, and Jimmy Risk shed a tire at Zagreb. With less than 5 miles to go, the German girls Lautmann and Utemal had an unfortunate crash, but made the finish. And at the final control by the stadium, 26 cars were still in the hunt for the elusive Coupe des Alpes. The 5th stage, with its inevitable pre-dawn start, brought a complete change for the worse in the weather. But there was still the Stelvio. The 8-mile climb to 9,000 feet was once again a special section, and the effort was to destroy Robin's Pana. Not knowing that his only remaining rival in the class had blown up, Barker brought the little Standard 10 with engines screaming up towards the summit. A maximum time was set for each class for a flying ascent to the summit, and bonus marks could be earned for fastest times. On the other hand, failure to make the time to the top cost 1 mark per 5th of a second, and the whole section from Gomagoi to Bormio, including the descent, was very tight indeed. The German girls make a brave effort with their damaged tongues. Nancy Mitchell improves her chances for the ladies' prize, and all the MGs break the bogey time, but not so the rapiers. Now the Triumphs are out for bonus marks, and Paddy Hopkirk uses all his skill on the wet and very treacherous hairpins. But it is Maurice Gatsonides who earns the distinction of making the fastest time in his class. Edward Harrison takes over the wheel from his father for the Stelvio and climbs brilliantly with Dennis Scott on his heels. And then comes the breathtaking descent, where time must still be made up if the control at the bottom is to be reached punctually. But the Stelvio claimed its victims, including Delier's Samson, and, I'm afraid, my rapier. So to the final throw, Megève to Marseille, over 500 miles in 14 hours, including all the night. This dawn broke over the Alos, with 10 major passes already traversed in the misty dark, including the Isserin, the Devil's Loop, and the Izoard, which was another timed ascent. Now Barker knew that all he had to do was finish to win the class, but there were still 175 cruel miles to go. The Alpine was not over yet, and Madame Terre's Peugeot 224, though still running, was to be beaten by the mountains, as was that Denso. Peter Harper had lost marks only on the Stelvio, but with them his Coupe des Alpes. But now Nancy Mitchell and Pat Fakeney, with the sole surviving unpenalized MG, were en route to a clear and well-deserved victory in the Coupe des Dames. Almost incredible to relate, Dawn found the 5 Triumphs still unpenalized, driven by weary men, but with their engines still responding beautifully, and with little doubt now left that they would finish. Dr. Dean's privately entered and unmodified rapier, though penalized like the German girls, was to finish well. The Zephyrs of Scott and Harrison had again survived the stage unpenalized at the summit of the Alos. Now came the agony of suspense over the final miles. Still, the time schedules were very tight. Eyes hurt, arm and shoulder muscles ached, and the road through the foothills and gorges allows for no mistakes. Every curve meant more rubber torn from tortured tires. The roadside spectators sensed the drama. The final control at Marseille seemed to the exhausted crews the most welcome sight their tired eyes had ever seen. Philip and Joseph Catt led the Triumphs in triumph. 5 of the 70 hours which started finished clean. and as the travel-weary cavalcade checked into the last control, it was seen that of 79 cars that left Marseille, after 8 days of battle, only 34 returned, and of these, 17 crews remained unpenalized. Gatsonides sympathizes with Ken Richardson on the team manager's personal ill fortune, but this is the moment of triumph. Still, there remains the rigorous official scrutiny to ensure that no replacements have been made to engine, electrical apparatus, gearbox, or tires. But while the officials work, the crews relax. Nancy Mitchell's joy at winning the ladies' prize in a Coupe des Alpes is shared by everyone. And now, for special prizes and not counting in the Alpine classifications, competitors take a final acceleration and braking test. And Cuff Harrison here is beaten by Dennis Scott, reversing their positions in the class, though both have Coupe des Alpes. The Flying Witch, like all the Triumphs, is still in flying form, but it's Paddy Hopkirk who makes the fastest time of the day by a clear 2 seconds over Boucher's Porsche. The fruits of hard-won victory glitter in the Mediterranean sun, and even the speeches, like the organization throughout the event, are efficient and to the point. The Triumphs have won more awards than any single team in the history of the event, and the cars have more than earned the bouquet each one wears. Gatsonides and Eddie Pennybacker win the class, and the president of the club presents Gatso with the silver Coupe des Alpes for 3 non-consecutive, unpenalized Alpine rallies, a distinction held by very few men. The Coupe des Alpes de Constructeurs, the manufacturer's team prize, is won convincingly in the year of its inception by the Triumph Tr3s. More awards follow, including the cup for best aggregate times in the special tests, and the silverware is a measure of the team's phenomenal success. To Maurice Gatsonides and Eddie Pennybacker, Paddy Hopkirk and Willie Cave are second in the class. The Cat brothers are third and acknowledge their debt of gratitude to the car in appropriate style. Leslie Griffiths and Norman Blockley are fourth, and Norman's is his first coupe after several years' attempts. But perhaps the finest effort is that of, dare we say it, veteran Tommy Wisdom, who with his daughter Anne won his second coupe and was fifth in the class. And what of the Standard 10? The sole survivor of its class, it wore out its 10 much-fancied opponents, and although Barker and Cook missed a Coupe des Alpes, their sterling effort received its just reward. So ended the Alpine of 1956. 17 Coupe des Alpes, 9 of them British won, and 5 of these by Triumph cars. This, together with the team prizes and other awards, made Triumph the outstanding mark of the event. It was indeed, again, triumph in the Alps. Already well established as a major international motoring event, the Tulip Rally of 1956 departed considerably from the form of previous years. Difficult road sections with high average speeds were this year replaced by a collection of timed hill climbs in the mountains of France. With all 8 starting routes, Condé had no less than 3 of the timed ascents behind them. The beauty of that mountain morning was particularly appreciated by the drivers of the smaller cars, because the pattern of the event already developed showed them to be so far at a distinct advantage on the handicap system imposed. As they reached the start of the timed climb on the famous Col de Lec, the big sports saloons, no open cars were admitted, had already been pushed off the leaderboard, and last year's winners, Tak and Niemöller, realized that for them it was to be maximum effort throughout. The handicap system was original in that it was calculated not on cylinder capacity, but on the anticipated performance of each model entered. Thus, the 300 SL Mercedes had a 60-minute penalty, as did the Porsche Carrera of Kurt Zeller. The XK140 Jaguars were 60 seconds better off with 59 minutes, but were of course in the same class as the sports Mercedes, the 3.5-litre series production Grand Touring Brigade. The Triumph TR3s were honored with a 56-minute penalty in the 2-litre Grand Touring class, a striking measure of the organizers' regard for the car. The gorge leading to the Col de Lec is well known to the experienced Continental Rally driver and is of the essence of the game. A small and handy car is an advantage, but one must raise one's head to this sort of thing. Quite a few cars were making their competition debut, but the majority were well tried on the cols. And it's interesting that the 900cc DKW F93s were given a 48-minute handicap, the same time as the 3-litre Mercedes 300s. There's very little straight on the Col de Lec, and of course seconds can be gained by really fast cornering, but it can be easily overdone. However, Hans Wiesenbeek and his partner are unhurt, if frightened, and there's really no reason for Jerry Burgess to stop, unless it be to reflect. Many hands make light work, and had Mr. Wiesenbeek and his partner been of a mind to call it a day, they should not have needed sleeping pills. But the Dutchmen were counting seconds rather than sheep. This crash delayed and spoilt at least one other competitor's climb, but that wasn't Wiesenbeek's fault, and the DKW crew proceeded to demonstrate their national characteristic of determination. From the summit of the Col de Lec, the cars continued southward. Here's Boothroyd's and Simmons Alvis, who were third in their class, setting off along the familiar route to the Riviera. And as the mountain scenery flashed by, Brooks' little Austin A30 still retained the lead with no less than 4 standard 8s headed by Johnny Walwick's car in very close pursuit, and with exactly 2 minutes covering the first 5 cars after almost half the rally. The celebrated rock at Castellan finds Mrs. Nancy Mitchell in her element. And here's the other A30 in the rally, destined to finish 153 places behind the Brooks equipe. The bridge at Castellan, a landmark on the Monte Carlo rally route. But in the perfect weather of the Tulip of 1956, no hazard to the southbound cavalcade. Hyam and Greer, starting from Hamburg, had covered 225 kilometers more than the London route, but seemed to have had little of their ardor damped by the journey. And here we can see the standard team in action on the road in their pursuit of the single car ahead of them on total time for the tests. Hopkirk and Garvey lying third, 1 minute 25 seconds in arrears. Dennis Taylor and Lou Tracy, 2 of the major characters in the sport, fifth by 2 minutes precisely. Walwick and Bleakley heading the hunt, 68 seconds down. Tom Gold and his wife in a privately entered car, and fourth by 87 seconds. But there were still many miles to go and many hazards to be met. And Joe Ashfield, for instance, had already been off the road and changed her radiator for that of teammate Cherry Osborne. Now the first 2 days' motoring was drawing to a close, and ahead lay the sun-kissed little town of Grasse. The final rolling foothills to the sea, and at last Nice and the Promenade des Anglais. And having seen the 2 CV Citroëns, here's un cheval seulement. And here was the final time control of the outward run. Now there was time to sit a while and rest, to take a meal without too close attention to the watch, even perhaps for a nostalgic thought for a bygone age. And then a gentle run along the beautiful Corniche through Villefranche, Beaulieu and Cap d'Aille to Monte Carlo. And from the tulip fields of Holland to the exotic gardens of Monaco. The first half of the rally is complete. What more beautiful surroundings could there be for a well-earned rest in a comfortable hotel to fortify oneself against the rigors of the 2 days still to go along the Tulip Road? Now the common route led north again. At 6 a.m. the first car left to follow the winding way through the Maritime Alps after a neutralized section from the coast to Grasse. But although the special sections of former years had been abandoned, timekeeping from control to control was still a vital factor. Time alliances were by no means over-generous, and a clean card for the road sections called for steady concentration and constant use of gearbox, brakes and engine power. Over the Col de Lec in the opposite direction, and Sutherland Standard 8 moved up to 6th. On to the Col Bayard, a 1,500-foot climb in 3 miles, and Lyndon Sims used the power of his Aston Martin to jump up to 2nd place, Warwick and Gold's Standards 3rd and 4th, then Jackie Reese's Rover 75. And here's a new name on the route card as the Danish Mercedes of Anderson tackles the 10.5-mile climb to Chambrous above the snow line near Grenoble. The energetic Dutch organizers of the Tulip, ever anxious for new ideas, seized the opportunity presented by a new return road which has been cut back into the valley to introduce this splendid climb into their event. And it was by no means easy. It's 4,470 feet to the top, 10.5 miles of varying gradient and tightening curves, and a good fast run into the finish. As everywhere on the Tulip route, the time control is operated by friendly Dutch officials who obviously enjoy the event as much as the competitors. Well, bulbs aren't exclusive to Holland after all, and there's time to make a really charming picture in the middle of an international dance. You see what we mean. Three Alphas, including a Giulietta Sprint, a Lancia, and 3 1100 Fiats represented the Italian industry. This Studebaker Powerhawk, 3 Chevrolets, 3 Ford Fairlanes, and an Oldsmobile were the American collection. There were no fewer than 64 German cars, but as is now standard practice on the Tulip, British cars were the favorite mount with a total of 89 starters. Bolton and Shandley en route to second place in their class to Langerstraat's Rover 75. Despite hot sun from a cloudless sky, there were several wet patches, the result of melting snow, of course. As the times for this, the 7th special test, were recorded, the position in the general classification changed again. Now the smaller cars were seriously threatened. Pat Hopkirk, no longer in the first 6, was doing all he knew to re-establish his previous strong position. Dennis Taylor, too, strove mightily and gave the spectators a reward for their climb to watch. This was no Sunday afternoon joyride, and tough as he is, Dennis Taylor shows some signs of strain. And here comes dashing Johnny Warwick, a long way from Manchester, but very much at home. Nancy Mitchell and Doreen Reese, charming and cool as ever, but Warwick says it's hotter than when he won the RAC. As the gallant little eights got underway again from Chambrous, only Warwick was left on the leaderboard, and he was 6th. Lyndon Sims was now 2.5 minutes behind Brooks, Jackie Reese was 3rd, Tax Mercedes 4th, and the gallant Mormon's Ford Fairlane was 5th. On from Grenoble, across the Col de Porte, through Saint-Pierre to Chartreuse, Saint-Claude, Malbuisson and Pontarlier, to an ascent of that Tulip favorite, the Ballon d'Alsace. Here, mechanical misfortune spoiled Jackie Reese's climb. Walwick jumped back to third, Gold to fifth, and the Standard Eights were well in the hunt once more. And now the rally route lay straight for home, with the exception of a final frolic on the Nürburgring in the forests of the Eifel range. But as the survivors of the 1,800-mile road section, and quite a few had fallen by the way, got back to the pleasant motor roads of Holland, the Standard Eights were once again second, third and fourth, albeit 5 minutes behind the leading car, and with Lyndon Sims only seconds behind them and breathing down their necks. Now you can see how the tulip gets its name, and there is Journey's End, the Hotel Histedine at Noordbank. The Standard Works team arrive in splendid form, not one of the cars having given a moment's concern throughout the run. 9 timed hill climbs over some of Europe's most celebrated cols, to say nothing of the 1,800 miles against the clock, is a fair effort for a little family car. But the Standards were tucked away in the Parc Fermé without a second thought, all set for tomorrow's final fling. As usual, the final tulip test was to be mast start timed runs on the celebrated Zandvoort circuit. 6 laps each class, but the circuit used anti-clockwise to even out local knowledge. And here we go with the first 2 classes, 500s and 750s. Round the hairpin come the incredible little cars, and if they look a trifle odd, remember, they've all just completed the journey to the south of France and back. The little Citroën's worn at a saucy angle this year, but watch for the Guggermobile. And despite the aerobatics, the second-hand value of the little car seems scarcely affected. Some people just don't know when to stop. All right, boys, it's your turn next. This second race was the one that held the punch, the Standards in pursuit of R.E.C. Brooks. But not content with his 5-minute lead, Brooks jumps out in front of the DKW. Gold Standard 8, Sutherland's car, then Dennis Taylor and Hopkirk taking no chances. Pat Hopkirk upholds the motoring prestige of Era. Dennis Taylor backs him up. John Walwick has got up with the leaders on lap 3. The Standards do their best to harry the leader into making a mistake. The DKW tails off after its dashing start. And now, the Standards lead. Brooks has eased off to concede the checkered flag for bigger things. Test follows test in quick succession, for this is virtually a motor racing meeting. And at the first hairpin, Paul Messing overcooks it with his Peugeot 403. But slow rolls in saloon cars seem to be commonplace in this event, and another Dutchman displays the spirit of press on regardless. 147, Nancy Mitchell treats this as practice for the Mille Miglia. The Rapiers make the most of this circuit tryout to lead Norman's A90. Absalom, in pursuit of Peter Bolton, holds the Riley nicely. But Hansen is not quick enough with his Mercedes. Ah, well, he's a lap down, but there's still the finisher's plaque. Now John Walker finds the Mark-7 has a mind of its own. The crowd loves it, but only a driver who's done this knows just how it feels. Now Joan Johns has a hair raiser on the slippery road, and Zandvoort can be very treacherous indeed in the wet. The big American cars, bravely driven, do extremely well in their class. Two T.S. Burgward Isabellas become involved in a classic duel. But watch how quickly this Porsche goes. And now the last race of the day produces the heavy metal on the line. They've not been able to overcome their handicap as a whole, but there's a keen battle for the honors in the class. And here comes a really beautiful display of the controlled slide. Well held indeed, sir. But now it's number 33, Douglas Perring's turn to frighten himself. And yet again, no harm is done to anything except the blood pressure. And so concludes the Tulip Rally of 1956, an event destined perhaps to set a new fashion in long-distance European classics. British cars have done superbly well. They occupy the first 7 places with 9 in the first 12 and have won 5 of the classes. And amongst the principal architects of this considerable national success were the works drivers of the Standard 8s, Walworth and Bleakley, Hopkirk and Garby, Taylor and Tracy. Good lads, fine cars, a splendid working combination.
The Monte Carlo Rally of 1956 was some 500 miles longer than in previous years, and 309 cars representing many nations set out in mid-January with some 2,600 miles of day and night motoring ahead of them. The first goal, common to every competitor, was Paris. It was in darkness that most cars set forth from the 7 starting points: Glasgow, Stockholm, Munich, Athens, Rome, Lisbon, and Paris itself. The route from each starting point took each contingent through difficult terrain and often in a very roundabout way to converge 2.5 days later upon Paris. The routes were so designed that the mileage up to that point was nearly the same for everyone. The Glasgow starters were greeted on their second day by early morning mist as they motored through northern France. I was one of Peter Bolton's crew in the standard Vanguard 3, and we were glad of our heater and fog lights. Our route took us past Chartres, whose cathedral spires rose out from the morning mist. We motored on southwards until we came to Bourges. Throughout those 1,900 miles to Paris, there were control points, such as this one in the shade of Bourges Cathedral. For each stage between control points, the organizers had set a maximum and minimum average speed. These speeds varied according to the severity of the stage, but in general, one could incur a penalty for exceeding approximately 45 miles an hour average or falling below about 33 miles an hour average. Mrs. Joe Ashfield's Vanguard, competing for the Ladies' Cup with her all-female crew, had plenty of time in hand. So had Sidney Allard, winner of the rally in 1952. The biggest problem in these early stages was to keep below the maximum average speed allowed, for there were secret control points ready to catch out those who went too fast. Navigators were kept busy, therefore. And some navigators had a cold time doing it. The Munich starters had joined the Glasgow route by now, and the German Becker led them in his 300 SL Mercedes. Ken Richardson, captain of the Vanguard team, is ready to greet his teammates as they arrive. Lola Grounds, Jerry Osborne, and Peter Cooper. Would you like a haircut too, sir, or just the oil change? When our route card had been officially stamped in the control office, Peter Bolton, Arthur Slater and I continued on the next stage. We were followed by Lyndon Sims Riley. Our route took us further south through Clermont-Ferrand to Aurillac before turning east and then northwards in our great loop encircling central France. Crews snatched sleep whilst drivers plodded on. Checks were made in the built-up areas and marks could be lost for exceeding the local speed limits, as Ubetsi knew well as he cruised his Alfa Romeo through this village. Others pressed on. Normal traffic was in no way halted for the rally. Few competitors from any of the starting points lost marks as they motored non-stop onwards towards Paris. There was little or no snow and ice, merely occasional fog, and a lot of rain in the night section over the mountains of central France. We had to press on hard, though, and any mechanical failure, however slight, would undoubtedly have made us late at the controls. Ken Richardson's Vanguard damaged its suspension when it hit a deep gully, and he had to retire, so he missed the bright lights of Gay Paris. There was no time for any of the 272 surviving competitors to enjoy the amenities of the French capital, because from Paris on to Monte Carlo, 640 miles of it and a common route for everyone, was to be the really tough part of the road section. The location of the control points was a secret until we left Paris, but we knew that the route was not to be a main road one. It was to take to mountain passes, up to some 4,000 feet. And we knew, too, that apart from a 20-second time allowance at control points, marks could be lost for every second outside the time limit set. A quick glance as we motored out of Paris at the schedules just given us revealed that it would be between Chambry and D, with a control at Grenoble in between, that every second would be precious. The section from Chambry to Grenoble was the undoing of many a hope of victory. Many, like ourselves, ran into fog and mist around the monastery of Chartreuse and on the Col de Port. Flying low, aren't we? It was a question of driving the car to its limits, whenever the visibility allowed. For a second lost was hard to win back, and the second lost was a mark lost, too. The section from Grenoble to D was hardly less difficult. The mist was rising, but the long descent of the Col de Rousset tested brakes and steering to the utmost. It was here that we competitors could thank the designers and the manufacturers, for our very lives depended on their drawing boards and their assembly shops. Further on from D through Sisteron and Digne, many drivers found that dawn had broken at Entrevaux in the Alpes-Maritimes, some 50 miles inland of Monte Carlo. Many knew that the times in hours, minutes and seconds, stamped so irrevocably on their route cards at the controls of Grenoble and D, spelt failure. But how many others were in the same boat? They were not to know that some had got through those sections on time, and those that had clean sheets to date were taking no chances with treacherous road surfaces. Two and a half thousand miles covered during the last 3 days and 3 nights motoring. Crews are tired, reactions are perhaps a little dull. Engines, maybe, have lost their tune, and brakes are weaker. Failure to concentrate can result in disaster. And those mountain rivers are cold, too. How are your brakes, gendarme? Signs before each control warned Pat Moss, driving Joan Johns Austin, to apply the brakes and another of the crew to be ready to run to the control with their route car. No time to be lost in getting away either, because the time of arrival is also the time of departure on the next stage. The two-stroke German DKW is a force to be reckoned with in international rallies. Nearly there, but no excuse to let up effort yet. And the next stage included a hectic ascent up the mountains towards La Turbie. Ashworth's Jaguar is followed by Warren's Riley. The Sunbeams, too, are still very much to the fore. There's little time for drivers to see the picturesque mountain villages. We must come back for a summer holiday sometime. Bewley had brought his Ford Zodiac over from Era for the rally. Peter Bolton was driving our standard Vanguard at this stage. That's not Grace Kelly. The journey's end, perhaps? No. A braking test on the very edge of the town. Here, each car is timed down through several hairpins and must be brought to rest at the finish with its front wheels between two lines 20 feet apart. Competitors' times were recorded to the nearest fifth second and marks deducted on the basis of 1 for each fifth second. For those who had clean sheets to date, this test was vitally important, for it could determine the order for the first 20 to 30 places. Peter Harper knew this well as he brought his car down to the end of the test. This was the Dutchman Marsland's Alfa Romeo. And Cecil Vaughan's Jaguar. Bassett's Standard 10. Sheila Van Dam shows one way of doing it in her Sunbeam. An epic moment this, for this is the finish of the last test of what Sheila says will be her last Monte Carlo rally. Few will deny that the hard work of the last few days could scarcely be better rewarded than the glorious scenes of Monte Carlo. But it's not over yet. Once cars had been checked by the scrutineers, they were left untouched in a sealed car park under the watchful eye of officials. Overnight, the organizers inspected route cards and totaled up marks lost. Outside Rally HQ the next day, a large board showed the position so far. The 90 best were to go on to the mountain circuit. The mountain circuit test was set over 150 miles of the passes and gorges lying inland of the French Riviera, and cars had to proceed onto this test from the sealed car parks without any time for adjustments. Conditions varied between ice and snow at Fiorini, some 4,000 feet up, and heat in the valleys. The Dutchman Willem Tuck had started from Stockholm in his 300 SL Mercedes. Throughout those 150 miles were control points, all ready to inflict penalties on those who didn't keep up to the average speeds set. Modified cars had a faster average to maintain than series production models to even things out, although eventual results showed that the latter had the better chance. Drivers dared not build up time on the easier bits in reserve for the harder sections later, because they could always be caught out by secret controls for exceeding the maximum average allowed. So navigators were kept busy with their arithmetic. Tommy Clark's AC was followed by Madame Blanchot's Porsche, winner this year of the Coupe des Dames. Ken Wharton's Austin had a puncture later on, losing him valuable time. Gatsonides' Vanguard was being driven by Bekar. Each had won the rally in past years. Ronnie Adams drove his Mark 7 Jaguar faultlessly to victory. And Peter Harper's Sunbeam was a gallant equal third. Adams has just got past the Bekar Gatsonides Vanguard. With brakes already heavily punished on the road section, many found that banks were an effective means of slowing down, and wings suffered accordingly. Those who had wisely preserved their brakes were glad of them now, and Edward Harrison brought his Ford Anglia into a commendable 15th place. Mr. Norman Garrett must have told them to do it that way. Brake trouble later caused Archie Scott Brown to crash in Jack Sears' Austin, but here he is pressing on, followed by Jack Utley's Bristol and the Austins of Burgess and Gott. Strong favourite for the ladies' prize was Greta Melander, but the engine of her Mercedes gave serious trouble, and Mademoiselle Thirion had little difficulty in getting her Renault past. This girl was second to Madame Blanchot in the fierce competition for the Coupe des Dames. Chiron's Lancia and Tax Mercedes are now nearing the end of the mountain circuit. Gatsonides and Bekar's Vanguard was without a dent, with its brakes still excellent. 1956 Monte Carlo rally was nearing its end, and the mist, which element of the weather had been notorious throughout, thickened. The mountain circuit test had resulted in many accidents, mostly through failing brakes, but happily there were no serious injuries. The rally as such was over, but the next day the terrace outside the casino was the scene of the usual concours, famous the world over as an exacting competition with prizes for comfort and road safety. This is almost a separate competition to the rally itself, except of course that competitors must have completed the 2,600-mile rally first. The most modern car design in the world, perhaps, the new Citroën DS19, was defeated for the Prix de Comfort by an Austin entered, as one might expect, by Mike Cooper. Safety award went to a Vanguard 3, Gatsonides, a well-deserved victory. Bear in mind also that his car finished 8th in the general category of the rally, and over 300 cars, many of them of extremely expensive design, were against it. The TR2 hardtop was not eligible to compete under the regulations of the rally. Otherwise, it would probably have found its way to the prize giving in the square outside Prince Rainier's palace. Prince Rainier himself was in America on urgent business at the time, but he would undoubtedly have saluted a British victory. Ronnie Adams, Jaguar. The Monte Carlo Rally is not only a testing ground for manufacturers, it is also a stage watched the world over. A stage which displays to all the relative merits of cars which, in extreme climatic conditions and against tight time schedules, can reach their goal, Monte Carlo. Since 1911, this now world-famous rally has continually increased in importance and in severity, and the 26th of the series produced another British victory, Ulsterman Ronnie Adams, so ably supported by his crew, Derek Johnston and Frank Bigger. Monsieur Court had brought his DS19 Citroën into 7th place in the debut of this new model in international rallies. Madame Blanchot collects the ladies' prize. The team prize went to Sunbeams, Peter Harper, Sheila Van Dam, and Jimmy Ray. A great many prizes went to Gatsonides and his Vanguard 3. But the Norwegian Per Malling, last year's winner, was looking around in case any spare prizes were going begging. He finished 9th in his French Panhard. Many cars were without blemish. Others got there with a struggle. But dented or not dented, any car which can finish the Monte Carlo Rally is a car well designed, well made, well driven and well navigated. 6 Vanguard 3s started, 1 retired through hitting a hidden gully, and 5 finished intact. All 6 drove home peacefully.
This is the story of La Coupe des Alpes, the International Alpine Rally of 1958, which between July the 7th and 12th covered 2,400 miles of mountainous country in France and Italy in an unremitting struggle against the clock. The route was divided into 3 distinct stages. The first, from Marseille to Brescia, a little over 600 miles, was virtually non-stop for 18 hours, across an endless succession of passes, several climbing to over 8,000 feet, through miles of narrow gorges on little-known roads, with no less than 20 time controls, each to be reached at speeds of the order of 1 kilometer per minute. Small wonder that by the time we reached the autodrome at Monza, there were only 40 of us left from the 64 who started, and of those but 14 were still in the running for a Coupe des Alpes, so far unpenalized for being late against the clock. Leading the rally cavalcade and the triumph entry of 90 hours was the redoubtable Irish driver Paddy Hopkirk, who now sets off for the special test at this, the home of the Italian Grand Prix. Meantime, the American Bob Helm, on his first Alpine, describes his rescue of a crew which went over the edge in the darkness, and accounts for the modified coachwork on his own machine. The Monza test was virtually a race round 3 laps of the 3.5-mile circuit. A maximum time of 7.5 minutes was allowed for the Triumphs class, just over 85 miles an hour for the lap, to escape penalty, and even 1/10 of a second outside the limits spelled the loss of a Coupe des Alpes. But there were bonus marks to be gained for the fastest times. The French girl Annie Strasbourg was the Triumph's bid for the ladies' prize, and for her this sort of thing is what a new hat is to the less courageous of her kind. But the ladies' prize is no giveaway show these days. There's Nancy Mitchell following Annie onto the circuit, and on a rally, Nancy doesn't like to follow anyone at any time. The cars were grouped roughly into classes for the racing, and prominent now amongst the smaller cars was the Standard 10 of Cyril Corbishley, as usual the thorn in the flesh of the Continental Light Brigade. It's all right, old man, there's lots of room. Mind you, it was still early in the morning. We'd left Marseille the previous afternoon, and the time had come for something to steady the morning sickness. Now let's not mess about, Jimmy Ray. But the first stage was not completed yet, and there were 2 more times to be punched at controls on that precious route card. It was typical of the event that the apparently simple run from Monza to Brescia was plotted on elusive minor roads, and at Alpine averages, there never is much room to maneuver. 1 mistake, 1 second lost, and your Alpine Cup is lost till another year. And here we see a tragedy. For Mary-Handy Page and Lola Grimes, having survived the night unpenalized, got lost in the maze of traffic and failed to make their time. Bad luck, but that's the way it is when you're up against the clock. At Brescia, of the 64 starters, but 38 cars were left under guard for the 16-hour rest period. And for once, Maurice Gazzolaides, Alpine Cup winner in the previous 2 consecutive events, was missing from the Triumph team, one of the crashes of the night. A driver left alone to sleep recovers, but after their hammering, many of these cars were in need of more active help, which is forbidden on the Alpine. The second stage led immediately to the old familiar enemies of the Alpine driver. A short, hard run in the early morning light, and then the Vivione. Still leading the way and unpenalized, Hopkirk and Scott with their TR3. Also unpenalized and driving with cool efficiency, number 403, Keith Balisette, a distinguished newcomer to the Alpine, is chased by Ward, about to modify his left front wing. Desmond Titterington from Belfast, who allows that even the Circuit of Ireland has nothing quite like this. What of the gentle sex? Here's Annie Swasbo. And this is Pat Moss in Brother Sterling's well-blazed trail. While Jack Sears, if he didn't have other things to think about, with Nancy Mitchell on his tail, might well feel hemmed in. Twice victor at Le Mans, Ivor Buer. The dashing Frenchman, Claude Storres. And Bob Howell, like the soul of his distinguished countryman, marches on. The man who in 1956 won the Monte Carlo rally, Ronnie Adams, another Ulsterman. His car bears witness to a close introduction to a fellow competitor. And now watch closely as Frank Brown's co-driver, Gordon Shanley, is momentarily deceived by the deep shadow on this treacherous corner. But press on, says Frank, we're still motoring. Edward Harrison, reigning British Trials champion, carries on the family motoring tradition. And Tommy Wisdom, who somehow finds time to write the story for about a dozen editors as well, and was partnered by fellow journalist Jack Hay. And there's something for Tommy to write about. I wonder if the Frenchman Capraven remembers that last time the Alpine passed this way, those railings weren't there. Cyril Corbishley once again demonstrates his tremendous skill and the outstanding performance of his Standard 10. Mary-Handy Page, undaunted by yesterday's misfortune. Alpine veteran George Hartwell, who always finishes. And the star of his team, leading the European Championship, Peter Harper. From the Vivione to the Stelvio, highest of all the high Alpine hazards at over 9,000 feet, and once again a special test against the clock. Now Paddy Hopkirk, with a punctured rear tire, displays his Irish temperament. To stop and change that wheel before the end of the timed section at the summit would certainly cost him his Alpine Cup. As it is, there's just a chance. Meantime, Keith Balisette whisks his way above the snowline to make fastest time of the day. Once past the timekeepers, Hopkirk and Scott wrestle with the ruined wheel. But the next control is at the very foot of the pass, and the section is flat out for even the finest driver with luck on his side. Hopkirk knows the hazards of the steep and slippery descent which now confronts him, but not for nothing do we call this man Paddy. Incredible to relate, the Stelvio was open to normal traffic during the Alpine climb, but fortunately Desmond Titterington, as he encountered this happy tourist, was out of earshot. Increasingly, the Alpine becomes numerically dominated by the British entry, for the manufacturers with the courage to compete recognize it as worthy of their maximum effort. And fierce rivals though they may be, there is a community of spirit amongst the British teams. Its summit well above the summer snow line means that the Stelvio is invariably wet on its upper hairpins. It's steep too, but you'll have to accelerate hard downhill if you're to make the Bormio control against the clock. Accelerate, hold your breath, brake, change down, slide, accelerate. And all the time you can almost hear the seconds tick away. And then the wet gives way to dust, the surface loose and crumbly. Despite the minute or 2-minute intervals at which they start a stage, this sort of thing is not uncommon. And though balking is rare amongst Alpine drivers, in a situation like this, both invariably lose time. Oh, well held, John Sprinsel. Annie Swasbo crashed on the climb. She tries desperately to recover elusive seconds, but the fan is pushed into the radiator and the engine seizes at the next control. And in the sudden darkness of the Stelvio tunnels, where the road surface turns to slippery rock, more than one hope has been extinguished in the past. Immediately after the Stelvio comes the Gavia, almost as high at over 8,500 feet. And by common consent, the most frightening of the 70 named passes on the route. It's 26 miles from control to control. The time allowed for the triumphs was 57 minutes. And if that sounds easy, well, how does it look from the driver's point of view? "38 cars completed the Stelvio section, but only 33 arrived at Maget, the end of the second stage, and a merciful rest of 26 well-earned hours. The early morning of the rally's 5th day found the few surviving competitors high in the French Alps on the Col du Frêne, with nearly 100 miles of the final stage already behind them. But it was still 400 miles to Gap, a 3-hour rest, and then another 570 miles to the finish at Marseille. Still, the pace remained as swift. 1 kilometer to be covered in every minute, an easy sum for the navigator to calculate, but a cruel task for the driver and a merciless caning for the car. No less than 32 controls had to be made on time to the second, and the route card stamped in the time clock admits no argument. The distance per stage was never more than 40 miles, usually about 30, and sometimes as little as 12. Until it has been experienced, the cumulative effect of this constant struggle is hard to imagine. Progressively, nothing seems to matter anymore, except what time is it, how far is it to the next control, and how many minutes do we have to get there. This was the 7th control at the end of a 30-mile section on scarcely known minor roads across 3 vicious little passes in quick succession. John Sprinzel's partner, Willie Cave, was thinking in terms of seconds. The Italian Bersaglio seemed less concerned and in fact had lost more time already, but was still in a hurry. Ray Brooks was in a hurry too. But Cyril Corbishley and the Standard 10 at least appeared to have matters well in hand. But now the cars call for more and more attention. Time must be won from the schedule and further effort expended on maintenance to keep on the road at all. But Ivor Bueb remains imperturbable as ever. Once again, what of the ladies? Pat Moss displays the family characteristic of determination. And even Nancy Mitchell looks, for once, a shade disheveled. Brian McCauldin apparently took the wheel from Desmond Titrington on this stage, for on the Alpine, both occupants must be capable of driving their car really fast. Frank Grimes determined to finish if he and Shanley have to carry the thing. And after all, what's a missing door or two? So the exhausting miles were whittled down, stage by stage, minute by minute, and the number of cars still running steadily decreased. John Gott lost a wheel, Ivor Bueb crashed, the sole surviving AC retired, the gallant Cyril Corbishley was forced out when his gearbox seized, and the Swedish driver Andersson, well placed in the European Championship, was not to see the finish. Cuth Harrison was still motoring, though penalized. But Keith Balasat, number 403, had so far brought his TR3 through every control on time, and Desmond Titrington now lay second to his teammate in the class. Pat Moss, though penalized now, was leading the ladies, but worried sick by oil from a breather causing clutch slip. Bob Helm's schedule was as battered as his Triumph, but the American refused to quit. A 100 miles from the finish came the last of the special sections on the road, the 13-mile timed climb of Mont Ventoux, which towers over 6,000 feet in the western Maritime Alps. Here, more than one exhausted crew wondered vaguely how they'd got to North Africa, and anyway, they'd motored far enough. This was a speed test, as its predecessors at Monza and Montreval, a maximum time allowance to be beaten to stay clear of penalty, and bonus marks for the fastest times by classes. There had also been so-called regularity tests on the Alos and Izoard, where a minimum as well as a maximum time was set. But for all practical purposes, these were flat out the whole time anyway. Peter Harper now looked well set for his first Alpine Cup after so many gallant efforts in the past. Keith Balasat found Mont Ventoux no problem. Desmond Titrington, though tired, was happy in his work. Tommy Wisdom, whose immense experience had helped to get him this far, was driving to preserve his tires, another critical factor at this stage. And now, the run in to the finish, still at the same swift 1 kilometer per minute rate of progress. Ahead, the final test, the scrutineering, things to remember, things to do, and mind and muscle slowed by heat and fatigue, and the relentless struggle against the clock. Borley Park, on the outskirts of Marseille, and only 25 cars were counted at the last control. Of these, no less than 20 were British, 1 French and 4 Italian. Edward Harrison was one of the 7 unpenalized. Capraven drove the only French car to finish this French classic. Balasat and Titrington's Triumph TR3s preserved the marque's reputation in this rugged event. Frank Grimes and Gordon Shanley got there. And John Sprinsel and Willie Cave had used a tin opener to win their class. But still there was the final test. Another race round 5 laps of the rough and broken 1-mile circuit named after Jean-Pierre Vimille. John Sprinsel treated the whole thing like a Continental Brands hatch. Balasat was once again swift and faultless. Peter Harper made the fastest time in his class. Pat Moss knew she had but to finish to win the ladies' prize. Tommy Wisdom was certain of second place to Sprinsel in his class. "25 finishers, 7 Alpine Cups, a prize-giving ceremony of which those who participated may be justly proud. To the modified Alfa Romeo Giulietta of Frenchman Constant de Longeneste, first place in general classification. Keith Balasat and Berthaud won a Coupe des Alpes and the keenly contested class for Grand Touring cars over 1600 cc. In other words, the fastest and biggest sports cars of the world. To the Ulstermen, Desmond Titrington and Brian McCaldin, further honours to their ever-growing score of success. Their TR3 was second in the class to Balasat's. And in the ladies' prize, again a happy continuity of family tradition. Pat Moss proves she's not just basking in reflected glory, and Ann Wisdom starts young in the distinguished footsteps of her parents. And Pop looks pleased for every reason. Nancy Mitchell, reigning European ladies touring champion, this time takes second place to her teammate Pat Moss. John Sprinsel and Willie Cave, collecting the silverware for their class victory, resolve to have that tin opener gold-plated. This, La Coupe des Alpes of 1958, will be known as the toughest Alpine, one of the few remaining links with the great road races of the past, an event in which courage, skill, determination, and an exceptional car were the prerequisites of success against the clock. Because of the theoretical advantage of being last to cross the Maritime Alps, the Paris start for the 1958 Monte Carlo Rally attracted some of the big names in the game and made the news. Amongst those present was a team from the Army, equipped with 3 standard ensigns, the car and some of the crews making their debut in international motoring. Lieutenant Colonel Crosby headed the venture, with of course a major and a captain. But experienced, if younger hands, were also to the wheel. John Waddington had a Works TR3, as did the redoubtable Paddy Hopkirk from Ireland with his partner John Scott. For the ladies' prize, French girl and British car. Here's Annie Swasbo. And some of her rivals, Nancy Mitchell, Mary Handy Page, and her partner Doreen Reese. Sterling Moss's sister Pat was partnered by Tommy Wisdom's daughter Anne, thus suggesting that there's something in this hereditary business even on the Monte. What's your view, Wisdom? But in any case, enough of theory. Let's get on with the motoring. That, by the way, is Louis Chiron, apparently a personal friend of every single spectator. Number 282 was Ivor Buer, twice victor at Le Mans, but on his first rally. John Gott, however, who follows, has done this sort of thing once or twice before. By the time Annie Swasbo was due to leave, although Paris was still enjoying a pleasant winter afternoon, the gloomy weather forecast was receiving visual support from the clouds. An easy start for sure, but there was every indication that the way ahead was to be a rugged one. However, no one could have foreseen the 1,800-mile holocaust which awaited them, as the lights of Paris were left far behind. For the 1958 event, the organizers had quietly raised the minimum average speed from 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. 37.5 miles an hour for 48 consecutive hours is pretty good going at the best of times. Expressed as 1 kilometer to be covered in every minute, with 1 hour behind schedule at any control spelling disqualification, in weather like this, it soon became clear that very few would finish. The mountains of the Vosges, in that first disastrous phase of the rally, decimated the Paris starters. Cars flew off the icy roads, bounced into each other, became embedded in deep snow, or just failed to keep going fast enough to remain less than 1 hour behind schedule. On roads offering virtually no adhesion, the hazards of icebound villages jangled on overwrought nerves. This was no weather for high-speed motoring, and even this chap, who was something of an expert, stayed close to his village street. Those still motoring from Paris were now hopelessly late, for only one driver from the French capital, Edward Harrison, was to classify as a finisher. By Dean, the Paris route had been joined by those from Glasgow, The Hague, Oslo, Munich, Athens, Rome, and Lisbon. And contrary to the hopes of those who had elected to start late in the cavalcade, it was the early numbers from the south who came off best. Karl Schottler's TR3 is still on the road, although only one from Munich finished. And the state of affairs is shown by the immediate arrival of this Athens starter, who, as the spectators know, must have been almost 4 hours late. But with a merry fire to keep their feet warm, why should they worry? Meantime, from Glasgow, Peter Bolton was still in the hunt, although the Scottish starters had also encountered every variety of snow and ice on the roads, to say nothing of several full-scale blizzards. And as they approached the Col de Lec, their numbers had dwindled by almost 90%. There were at this point 11 still running. But Johnny Walwork, reveling in this epic struggle, puts his willing standard 10 enthusiastically to this well-known climb. Cyril Corbishley, with another standard 10, was doing it the hard way by driving the whole distance himself. And now the route lay in familiar ground. Number 136 was Gregor Grant, who has edited 1,000 motoring tales. But this story needed no embellishment. For 2 days and 2 nights now, the boys had been gritting their teeth. To find some grit elsewhere came as a pleasant surprise. when icicles hang by the wall. You remember Shakespeare's Song of Winter. But we wonder what the Bard of Avon would have made of this little lot. To the constant effort and nervous tension of this highly hazardous ride had been added the eye strain of driving snow and the hypnotic effect of the road itself. Paddy Hopkirk, already excluded for being more than 1 hour late, was motoring on for the experience, and an unforgettable experience it was. This year, every kilometre of the route was stipulated, and the police were out in strength to enforce this rule. But old-timers on the Monte needed no signposting to recognize the bridge at Castellan. Cyril Corbishley, for one, had passed this way many times before. So to the little mountain villages of the heights behind the Côte d'Azur, where the residents too are familiar with the rally game. And soon after La Tourbe comes the first glimpse of the sea and the target of it all. Of the 303 cars which started the rally, only 59 classified as finishers, but 9 clean of penalty points. Only one of these finishers came from The Hague, Gatsonides and Becker with their TR3. Nine of them were from Glasgow, 22 from Oslo, 13 from Lisbon, 9 from Athens, 3 from Rome, 1 from Paris, and 1, as we said, from Munich. Already the rally of 1958 had silenced the critics who said it was not the great adventure of bygone years. But the contest was by no means over yet. After only 9 hours rest, while their cars were guarded in the Parc Fermé, the 59 surviving crews, with only 2 people allowed in each car this time, were to tackle a further 650 miles of motoring into some of the wildest and least known mountain areas of southern France. As ever, the quiet little Principality of Monaco came to life as the darkness fell. But the glamour of the rally was far removed from the bright lights of the casino and the millionaires' yachts which ride at the harbour quay. By dawn, of the 59 who started the classification test, almost 1 in 4 had already been forced out by mechanical failure on overstressed cars, by sliding off the constantly treacherous road, by navigational error, the product of fatigue, or again by the simple inability to keep within the maximum time allowance for lateness at controls, in some cases now as little as 20 minutes. Peter Harper from Oslo, clear of penalty on his original arrival in Monte Carlo, was the first man to regain Turini after that bitter night. And behind him came Maurice and Ferret en route to their outright victory. This classification test had been run on exactly the same lines as the first phase of the rally, only more so. Divided into 9 sections of widely different lengths, the 650-mile route had to be covered at average speeds which remained as high. But the time difference between maximum and minimum average speeds was much smaller, and thus the schedule was even more difficult to maintain. In fact, the minimum speeds required proved in general to be impossible, and penalty points piled up not in tens but hundreds. Yet so masterfully did Gatsonides and Beccard, the sole survivors from The Hague, remember, tackle this problem, that with every control their position improved, and their penalties incurred in Phase 1 were rapidly rendered of less and less significance. Yet again, the organizers had installed secret checks on specified sections, and if at these unknown points a driver was ahead or behind schedule, he was penalized accordingly, a measure surely difficult to justify in a rally as rugged as this. Cyril Korbishley's little Standard 10 was still living up to the reputation for indestructibility of both car and driver. Peter Bolton's TR3, though damaged on the first night by a self-sacrificing slide into a farmhouse to avoid a teammate, was equally honoring itself and its crew. And Johnny Walwork, his beard still bristling with vitality, soldiered on. The village of La Trinité was never a more welcome sight, even to one of its natives returned from exile, as to these exhausted drivers, for it meant at last that the finish was within striking distance. Of the 303 cars which started on the 8 itineraries, only 38 completed the entire course, for in all, 21 cars were eliminated by that additional 650 miles. Next day came the scrutineering and the possibility to incur still further penalization, and Gatsonides' car had suffered some front-end modifications to the panel work. All lights must work, and the headlamps dim. The seals affixed to the engine before the start are checked to ensure that no replacement or major repair has been effected, though when one would have had the time to indulge in such things remained the 64,000 question. The man wants Peter Bolton to sound his horn, and Peter would have every justification to blow his own trumpet, while Johnny Walwork demonstrates that his standard lights are on the blink, though of course his engine never was. So it's off to the casino, but only for the concours, of course. A competition now decided on comfort and road safety rather than elegance. Because only finishers classified for this specialized section of the event, Bill Banks' carefully prepared car looked a certain winner, and so it was. But there were quite a few winners in the vicinity. Previous winners of the Monte Carlo Rally were in evidence too. Per Malling, 1955. Ronnie Adams, 1956. Maurice Katsonidis, 1953. And all, incidentally, won the Golden V behind their rally badge on British cars. And the fact is that, as far as its support is concerned, as opposed to its organization, the Monte is becoming increasingly a British rather than a French or Monegasque event. Still, there remained a final frolic of motoring, although it in no way counted towards the classification of the event. The maneuvering test done on the quay by the harbour has in the past decided the ultimate winner of the Monte Carlo Rally. This year, it was strictly for fun and £100 for the fastest time of the day. From a standing start near the celebrated tobacconist's kiosk of the Grand Prix circuit, it was a sprint of about 250 yards to the two pylons set at right angles to the approach. The half figure eight through these left none too much room, and the small handy car was at an obvious advantage. From the pylons, it was another 200 yards or so onto the gasworks hairpin of the racing circuit. Here it was turned round beyond the line, and of course seconds could be saved in that turn, back to the pylons to complete the figure eight, and then a flying finish just round the gasworks hairpin. Patozan and her Triumph Tr4. And there goes his lot. If you touched the skittles, you were out. Johnny Walwick demonstrates the handling and performance of the Standard 10 in an excellent run. Gazzo too is impressive, as one would expect, for the Triumph is just about the ideal car for this test. Willem Tack has tremendous power under his foot, but Paddy Hopkirk equals the German car's time, and a splendid afternoon is had by one and all. So, of the 1958 Monte Carlo Rally, there but remains the distribution of awards in the Palace Square. Once again, Prince Rainier and Princess Grace personally preside. The two Frenchmen, Morris and Ferret, with their very much modified Dauphine, win the event. Maurice Katsonidis and Marcel Becard, with their Triumph Tr4, have shot up to 6th place in general classification, the second highest placed British car to Peter Harper's. They win the Hague Starters Prize, of course, as the only ones to finish, and they win their class. Mesdames Blanchot and Wagner, starting from Lisbon, win the Coupe des Dames and were in fact the only lady crew to complete the classification test. Johnny Walwick's spirited handling of the Standard 10 wins him 13th position overall and 2nd place in his class, and the prize for the highest placed Glasgow starter. To Greta Molander, this year only a courtesy bouquet. To Peter Harper, who was 5th, the Stewart Trophy for the best British performance. To Cyril Corbishley and Pat Simister, who were 15th, 2nd place in their class against the cream of European small cars. And to Peter Bolton and Peter Craven, the reward of a very tenacious effort, 3rd in the class with their TR3. Thus then, the Monte Carlo Rally of 1958, the 27th of its kind, and one which has justly been described as the daddy of them all. These are the Alps, at once the battlements and the playground of Europe. Since the days of Hannibal and beyond, these mountains have presented an irresistible challenge to the stamina and courage of man. They present the natural frontier between Central and Southern Europe. They have been crossed both ways by the armies of history. Yet even today, they present a barrier to overland travel, which is both boom and handicap, hazard and happy hunting ground to the bold in spirit. Consider the lilies of the field. They toil not, neither do they spin. But man, to survive in the mountains, still must toil, and the old ways still survive. In the Alpine battlements, time is measured in centuries. In the Alpine playground, time may be measured in seconds. Much concerned with matters of seconds is the Alpine Rally, La Coupe des Alpes as it is now called. Other clubs have followed the lead of Marseille and Provence in staging tough, long-distance motoring competitions over the high mountains, but the Alpine is still the classic of its kind. Each year, it attracts the leading drivers, the leading cars, like Annie Swazbo, her partner Madame Wagner, and their Triumph TR3, like Balisette and Berthaud, also on a Triumph team car. And in an entry of only 58 cars, virtually all the names which make the news in this 6-day, 2,400-mile struggle against the clock and against the mountains. The basic requirement of the Alpine has a classic simplicity. It is to complete the prescribed route against the prescribed time schedule, without incurring penalty points for lateness at controls. Do this, and you win a Coupe des Alpes. But year by year, the number of Alpine Cups so awarded can be numbered on the fingers of two hands, and if more than 40% of the starters finish the course, it's considered an easy year. For not only is the overall schedule so fast as to provide very little respite, but the special tests over the highest and roughest passes present a series of timed climbs to 8,000 feet and more, which, if spread over a whole season, would themselves constitute a major hill climb championship. This is the Passo di Podoi, an old regular on the Alpine, 24 hours, 21 controls, and 750 miles from the start at Marseille. Already the grueling series of passes in the French Alps have been crossed in the darkness, the Alos, Cayol, Var, Izoard, and Montgenèvre, each narrowly winding up to such altitudes that they are open for only 4 months of the year. So into Italy, and a speed test on the Monza Grand Prix circuit. Already 6 cars had crashed or broken down, and 15 more were penalized. For it's a far cry from the motorways and turnpikes to the surface of the Strada Dolomiti. Nancy Mitchell and Anne Hall, 2 more sporting contenders for the European Ladies' Championship. And great though the commercial implications, the Alpine is still a sporting contest. Though sport, of course, means different things to different people. Frank Grimes, an old hand at the game, but new to Fords. And there's Ivor Buer, whom everybody liked on what was to be his last rally. Twice victor at Le Mans, he was to be fatally injured in a minor race a few weeks later. Two remarkable long-distance drivers, Cyril Corbishley and Brian McCauldin, as tough as their little standard 10. And when you come to grips with the Alps, you have to be tough to survive. This village was the last control but one on the first stage, which led to a 12-hour rest at Cortina d'Ampezzo. There the cars would be impounded overnight in a guarded enclosure. For on the Alpine, all time for service and repairs must be won from the road section schedule. A rugged baptism for the Triumph Herald, which was making its debut in international competition in the hands of Nash and Tiny Lewis. And so far, more than holding its own against the clock. Each competitor records his own progress by punching his time card in the official clock. It's up to him, or to her, to mark himself to the nearest second, and a quick getaway may make all the difference at the next control. For ahead lay another old familiar of the Alpine, the Falzarego. There go Pat Moss and Anne Wisdom, whose lead in the Ladies' Championship was threatened by Annie Swazbo. Barker and Lewis, with the two Heralds, have the advantage of independent rear suspension, so long exclusive to continental entries in this class. The Falzarego is a long, hard drag. It rises to near enough 7,000 feet. But the descents of the passes put cars and drivers to strains every bit as exacting as the climbs, and after 24 hours of unbroken effort, an error of judgment on a braking distance would be understandable, but could be fatal. Tiny Lewis had kept his privately entered Herald, number 101, clear of penalty points so far, and although Barker, number 100, was 300 points adrift, there was still every reason for him to concentrate on a place in the class. Many distinguished drivers were already out of the hunt, including the Swedish champion Anderson, Coltelloni, and Jack Sears. In fact, the count in the Parc Fermé by the Winter Olympic Stadium at Cortina at the end of the first stage showed that this Alpine was to be really rough on the grand touring cars. The working day on the Alpine starts early. Still strained from the first 24 hours, the drivers have to sharpen up their reflexes well before dawn. This is Lake Misurina, another of the countless beauty spots along the route, which the driver scarcely sees and the navigator recognizes only as a pinpoint on his map. At this stage of the rally, the Zephyr team were well placed, Nancy Mitchell and Ann Hall being amongst the dwindling number of unpenalized crews. Headed by the racing and racy partnership of Les Leston and Peter Jopp, the Rapier team were also working hard and well. Corbishley and McCauldin speeding nearer and nearer to the German touring car which was to end their gallant effort head-on, but without any personal injury. Pat Moss and Ann Wisdom, unpenalized and very well placed in the general classification. John Sprinsel and Willie Cave also in the running for a coup. Spratt and Piggott penalized 300 points during the first night, but still hard at it. And the Heralds of Lewis and Barker, now claiming the admiration of fellow competitors, perhaps the most discerning critics in the world. Meantime, in all this scenic grandeur, the lilies of the field continue their sit-down strike, and the rural charms of the Austrian frontier district prove entirely irresistible. If only we had time for 40 winks. And on the subject of shepherds, there's another one. Bill Shepherd and Williamson with their Healy tackling the most rugged section of all, the timed climb of the Tr4. This trials hill, which in places has a gradient of 1 in 3, was last used in the Alpine of 1934, when many competitors had to take it in reverse. Since then, 25 years of development has improved the performance of the cars out of all recognition, but the hill is considerably worse. Although the Tr4 caught out very few competitors in terms of penalty against the schedule, it undoubtedly played its part in many subsequent retirements, and the fact that it didn't put the entire entry on the scrap heap is a tribute to the rugged construction of the modern car. Journalists Tom Wisdom and Jack Hay hit a gully at about 70, but continued more or less unperturbed. The Austrian section, unused in recent Alpines, was to prove as critical as it was scenically superb. By the time the hard-pressed cavalcade swept into Innsbruck, all the Healys had been penalized. So were Gazzanides' Jaguar, Jerry Burgess's Ford, Bueb's and Proctor's Rapiers, Slottermarker's TR3 and Boucher's Porsche. For some of the finest crews in the event, the Golden Roof of Innsbruck had put the lid on it. One of the characters of this Alpine was the American Bob Halmy. Having battered his way round the course last year, he had gallantly come back for more, and he certainly got it. Annie Swasbo, though penalized, was still in the hunt. Maurice Gazzanides, holder of 3 Alpine Cups, now knew that 1959 would not be his year for the form. But Les Leston and Peter Jopp were still clean, well, as far as penalty points were concerned, and they methodically used every moment to the best advantage. Ronnie Adams and Ken Best on their way towards an argument with a truck and trailer. The trailer won. The Alpine is run at high speed on open roads. Dust is but one of the hazards. Sometimes delays, which can be disastrous, occur, and all you can do is to bite your fingers to the bone or beat your gums if it eases your blood pressure. What a way to run a railway. From Innsbruck, the route led quickly back into the Dolomites towards Merano and the end of the second stage. The French pair, Ferret and Maures, at this time headed a strong French challenge, and it was now beyond dispute that the schedule for the smaller touring cars gave them a tremendous advantage. Preparation for the next stage must be completed before clocking off into the sealed overnight park, and at the end of a hard 15-hour day at the wheel, there are many things which must be remembered. Pat Moss and Ann Wisdom were not only leading the ladies, they were now the highest-placed British crew. But Tiny Lewis and his Herald had plenty of time in hand and were still unpenalized. A very fine effort indeed, and welcome news for team manager Ken Richardson, who also commiserates with the unhappy-looking Corbishley. At Merano, only 39 cars were clocked in, and of these, 18 were still in the running for Coupe des Alpes. At the end of the second stage, the pattern of the Alpine was running true to tradition. The Stelvio, probably the greatest pass of them all, climbing to 9,000 feet in 8 miles. As in the past, this was a special section, but instead of the usual flat-out timed climb, the long ascent was made a regularity test. A target time was set for each class, and the object was to cross the summit as nearly as possible at that time. But so high were the speeds involved that for most people, it was flat out anyway. The Triumph TR3, with its short wheelbase and reserve of power, is ideally suited for this type of climb. John Gott, penalized when his radiator was damaged on the Turacahoa, tries hard on the Stelvio. Annie Swasbo and Madame Wagner are on their last hill but one. On the ascent of the Vivione, the next one, they punctured and, unable to operate their jack, were forced to retire. And this is Keith Balasat in action, still unpenalized with his TR3 and going beautifully. De La Jeunesse, the Frenchman who chooses a British car. At the summit, the unusual amount of snow points the altitude and the severity of recent weather. Slotemaker, the Dutchman who chooses a British car. Boucher's Porsche Spider. And now watch Anne Hall cause Nancy Mitchell to remind herself sharply that she's still a lady. But despite that slight error, Anne made a superb climb within 5 seconds of her target to score the highest bonus points of her team. Number 43, Preston and Grounds, slightly dented. Number 41, Peter Riley and Alec Pitts, still unpenalized. And on the Stelvio, it was bonus marks for success, the loss of a coupe for failure. Now the Italians were beaten. The Frenchmen, Ray and Guillaudin, were now the only unpenalized Grand Touring crew. But these two sportsmen in number 83 got it all wrong. They were too quick here and too slow almost everywhere else. The descent of the Stelvio is every bit as tricky as the climb, and with the next control at the very foot of the pass, this is always a tight little section, regardless of the test. By swift and methodical motoring, Tommy Wisdom and Jack Hay were now doing very well in a quiet way. Keith Balasat was enjoying every minute. And following the TRs, the two Heralds continued to demonstrate that not only do they have the road holding and performance, they have the stamina as well. Back now across the plains of Lombardy. But the cavalcade was dwindling. Pat Moss and Anne Wisdom went out on the Vivione, and with Annie Swasbo gone, Anne Hall and Nancy Mitchell had but to finish to win the ladies' prize. But it was still a long, hard road to come. This was barely a quarter way through the third stage, and another major crossing of the Alps lay just ahead. First, the Great St. Bernard, through the corner of Switzerland and into France once more. Then the Four-Clars, a touring paradise, but hard and unremitting toil on the Alpine. into the Vale of Chamonix and through the village of Argentière to skirt the lower slopes and glaciers of Mont Blanc. At the little resort of Saint-Gervais-les-Bains, only 12 unpenalized cars reached the Parc Fermé, and they included Tiny Lewis, Triumph Herald. Dawn over the Col d'Alos, and the pass awaits its second attack from the battered survivors of this alpine. All night they have been hammering over an endless succession of passes. Sprinsel has gone and Ian Walker. Jerry Burgess is very bent. Bill Shepherd has fractured the sump. Boucher's Porsche has had battery failure. The miles and the mountains are taking a heavy toll, but the first car to appear is a Triumph Tr4. De La Jeunesse comes roaring up to the summit, and he's got past number 12, Keith Balasat, though Balasat leads on points. And Slaughtermarker is still there with the third TR. John Gott, number 6, and Bennett, number 5, celebrate the arrival of daylight with a little private dicing. Parks and Senior have made the tragic error of being too early on the Stelvio, but the Ford team, despite its losses, is now battling on towards the team prize. Cut Harrison and Bill Fleetwood, Peter Riley and Alec Pitts, Nancy Mitchell and Ann Hall, and the Harrison brothers, Edward and John. What a glorious start for any small boy's day. Ivor Bueb had encountered no further penalization since Austria, but the Jopp Leston rapier was clean, and so was Paddy Hopkirk's. Ferret and Morès were soon to spoil their run by too early an arrival, a product of pure human fatigue, which together with Claroux's clutch trouble broke the challenge of the French team. The Heralds still were there. Barker and Lewis running in close company, the cars continuing to respond to the unceasing demands made upon them, and Lewis now holding one of the few remaining unpenalized records. To get this far, you had to be well clued up yourself. De La Jeunesse's TR had proved its mechanical invincibility by making fastest time of the day on the Mont Ventoux hill climb. But there, Keith Balasat's rally had ended in a crash, and Nancy Mitchell and Ann Hall had the heartbreak of mechanical failure when the ladies' prize in a coupe seemed theirs for certain. Now the familiar landmarks to the coast were passed, the rock at Castellane, the promise of blossom and the Côte d'Azur. The two Triumph Heralds sounded the fanfare of their own success as they came sweeping in towards Cannes. Of the 59 crews which set out on this 2,400-mile adventure, only 27 returned to celebrate in Cannes, and of these, only 9 could take their champagne from a Coupe des Alpes. France is a splendid country in which to relax. The Riviera of all France, the most luxurious playground. But while the lazy summer life of Cannes dawdled through another sunny day, the finale of the Alpine of 1959 was enacted with all the ceremony befitting such hard-won victories. For to finish at all is a victory in itself. In an event in which 6 of the 9 Alpine Cups were won on British machines, once again Triumph cars lived up to their name and reputation, and the new Heralds had won a place of honor alongside our old friends, the TRs. De La Jeunesse and Grader won the 2-liter class for unmodified Grand Touring cars, with Slottermacher and de Vries a close second, the 3rd consecutive year in which Triumph TRs had cleaned up their class on this classic mountain event. And there's a fine big man, Tiny Lewis, by a fine little machine, the Triumph Herald. To win an Alpine Cup in its continental debut is a rare distinction for any car, and a complete endorsement for the soundness of its design. All credit, too, to Tony Nash, its co-driver, for success in the Alpine means a combined effort by all concerned. The toast is passed. No wine is sweeter than the cup of success, and no success so sweet as that won the hard way against the toughest opposition in the game. There is a form of madness which happens in midwinter. It is known as the Monte Carlo Rally. It's an annual affliction for which there is no known cure, and nobody is immune, from solid citizens like Jack Hay and Tom Wisdom, a chronic case, for this is his 17th attack, to the so-called weaker sex. This Triumph Herald Coupe will be driven by the 2 girls, Annie Swasbo and Annie Spears. Even animals are not immune, and Annie Swasbo's pet cheetah also decided to try to make the trip. And after all, why not? The entry list included quite a number of jaguars. Also amongst the Paris starters is Tunner with the Triumph TR3, with which he won the 1959 Geneva Rally. Of the 345 entries, 40 had plumped for a Paris start, and at 9:30 on the morning of January the 19th, Annie Swasbo and the Herald Coupe await the word to go. One by one, at 60-second intervals, the cars are sent away on their 3-day and night journey south to Monte Carlo, more than 2,000 miles away. First hazard is the Paris traffic, as Tunner's TR3 heads out for Chaumont and the first control. Behind comes Colucci and his Renault Alpine. The roads are dry, the sun shines. But it's just a temporary lull in this midwinter madness. A lucid interval alongside a river certified as sane. But some 30 hours later, it's a different picture as cars and crews press on towards Mauriac and the mountains of the Massif Central. Over the treacherous slush-covered roads before Ussel, the Glasgow contingent joins those from Paris, Rome, Frankfurt and The Hague. Going well amongst the Glasgow starters is the Lewis Nash Herald, its headlamps giving a glow of warmth to a grey and wintry world. The Cooper-Johnson Tr4 motors onto Mauriac and disappears into the deepening dusk. It's chased by Ann Hall's Ford and Mitchell's Riley. A steady stream of one-way traffic pursues its headlong course past a frozen limb of the law. Through small villages, their houses barred and shuttered against the long night of winter, the rally threads its way through all but deserted streets. For whatever the old lady may think, this is no long French loaf, but a race against time and the weather. Ken Brierley and Eric Todd are undismayed by either. Heavy rain, mist and patches of black ice had lost the Lisbon and Glasgow starters many marks, and the fading light provides an additional hazard for Cleghorn and Wright and their Triumph, or any of the crews that still were in the running. On the Wednesday evening, 6 of the 9 rally routes converged on Mauriac, and the control was busy as car after car checked in, their crews mindful of Lady Macbeth's classic instruction, stand not upon the order of thy going, but go at once. Ronnie Adams arrives in his rapier, and he is followed by others of the Lisbon contingent. Of the 31 starters, only one remains penalty-free after an appalling run from Portugal over icebound roads. It's not much fun, is it? And it certainly is not for this French-crewed Peugeot who arrive with a flat front tire. Ferris Alpine, 14 minutes late, races through as the Peugeot crew effect a rapid change and make an equally rapid getaway. The little German Lloyd sweeps in, the only Lisbon starter whose sheet is still clean. Twice a winner of the Coupe des Dames in 1956 and 1958, Madame Blanchot hopes to make it 3 with a 3-cylinder DKW. A Glasgow starter passes the 200-meter control point sign, and as Haddo's Sunbeam, also from Glasgow, arrives, Ann Hall is all set shakily to leave. Its yellow headlamps reflected in the shop windows, Tiny Lewis brings the Herald in, still unpenalized and with 3 minutes in hand. But the faces of Lewis and Hugh Nash tell their own story. As Tiny fills up, Nash signs off. The Herald is away again, an oasis of calm in a sea of chaos. Still they come and go, to the continued amazement of the locals. Only 6 of the Glasgow starters had lost no marks by Mauriac, but that crew was not one of them. Haddon's Jaguar from Glasgow is followed in by Stratton's Austin. A Sunbeam leads in the Cooper-Johnson Tr4. Then comes Cyril Corbishley's Triumph Herald. Peter Roberts checks in and the Herald sets off again into the gathering gloom. Ron Johnson and Jerry Cooper on the TR3 are there for company. Ford 216 pulls in behind Ford 227, driven by Jerry Burgess and Ian Walker. Annie Swasbo, too, leaves town in a hurry. The 1959 Monty winner, Coltalone on Citroën, is in pursuit. Then Tourneur and Cornu on the TR3 disappear into the damp and depressing evening, heading first eastwards to Saint-Flour and Le Puy, then northwards to Dole and on to Chambéry, where all 9 routes become one for the regularity test to Monte Carlo. But Monte Carlo is still 1,000 miles away from Mauriac, and tired crews face up to a second night at the wheel, indifferent to the sunset, anxious only to make up time or hold the time they've gained, or even just to keep going, for of the 298 cars that started on the rally, only 169 will reach Chambéry, a casualty rate of close on 50%. Headlamps reflect upon the icy road. The going gets tougher with every mile as the cars and their crews drive onwards into the lonely mountainous night. Their exhaust notes die away, and tail lights fade and disappear behind the veil of darkness. From the top of the Col de Rousset, the mountains rise in silent snow-capped splendor, a sight for sore eyes. And after 72 hours of almost non-stop motoring, a rally driver's eyes are sore indeed. With Chambéry 3.5 hours behind them, over narrow winding roads banked with snow and mountain passes inches deep in ice, the rally cars slide southwards on the final stage, with set average speeds to maintain and secret checks to ensure they do. Most crews fight a losing battle against the clock. As the road winds down the southern side, the day brightens, the snow begins to melt, the bear cloud vanishes, but the surface still is treacherous. Care and concentration is still the order of the day. One of only 2 cars to make the grade from Athens is Troutman's Citroën. Oslo's starters had it easier, and those 2 Volvos were amongst the finishers, as also were that phenomenal pair, Pat Moss and Ann Wisdom on their red A40. Brinkman's Ford was penalty-free at Chambéry. But this DKW was not so fortunate. The local lads get a grandstand view, as first an Alfa Romeo and then a Fiat, also from Oslo, rushes down the Col de Rousset. Blue skies and more spectators look down upon the cars as they press on south to the sun. Behind this Alfa Romeo from Oslo come the Warsaw starters. Schock and Mull's Mercedes is followed by another 220 SE, that of Dutchman Tack and Schwab. A spectator runs for cover at the sight of Peter Riley's Mini Minor. Bother, says Peter. Missed that one. A Porsche slows down for Camelot Village. Then comes a Simca. The sun still shines, but the mountain air is cold as the old lady watches a Merc go past. And a cat smugly ponders on its own, equally murky past. Ronnie Adams, winner in 1956, is neat and fast as he swings his rapier round the never-ending twists and turns. Conditions now are slightly better, but passing another car is still a dicey business. But ice or no ice, Anne Hall keeps her foot hard down on the straights and equally hard round the corners. Tiny Lewis and the Herald were one of only 69 cars to reach Chambéry without a penalty, and the Herald looks as steady as the rocks that are all around it. Glasgow starters had the luck of the draw on the Col de Rousset. But that rapier is blunter than it was. The Corbishley-Roberts Herald motors on towards a third place in its class. Behind comes Billbank's Vauxhall. And behind a Peugeot is the Swiss-crewed Triumph Tr4. It just misses the stone parapet that Jimmy Ray's Sunbeam didn't. And Jimmy Ray gets underway again. Fast and confident, Annie Swasbo drives the Herald just as if she didn't care a coup d'etat. An Austin takes a swipe at Jimmy Ray's bridge, and also does an Alpha. As the tail of the long procession of cars wends its weary way towards Monte Carlo, darkness falls again. But the end is near, and soon will be in sight. From 5 p.m. on the Thursday evening until 11 p.m. that night, 155 cars of the original 298 that started made the journey safely into Monte Carlo and the peace of the Parc Fermé. And only 10 of them have reached their goal without the loss of a single mark. 3 of them British, and 1 of them the Triumph Herald driven by Lewis and Nash. Amongst others that finished the hazardous trip was a French-crewed Herald from The Hague, as well as Annie Swasbo from Paris. And Cyril Corbishley, who chose Glasgow for his starting point, all bearing the mud of 2,000 miles of motoring. And there's Tunner's Tr4, another one from Paris. Outside the Permanence, headquarters of the rally, is the giant scoreboard that carries the story of the 1960 Monte Carlo rally. And an ugly rash of green spots for retirements proves the rally was a tough one. Although even green spots can be cured by the magic medicine of Monte. You may have lost time, lost marks, lost your temper too. Indeed, you may even have lost your car. But Monte Carlo thinks of everything. Beneath its moon and inside its casino, it is all too easy to lose your shirt as well, and yet save enough to pay your hotel bill. But the rally isn't over yet. After a 24-hour rest, the 90 least penalized cars face an even sterner and more searching test. 2 laps, each 175 miles long, of the mountain circuit in the Maritime Alps and to the west of Monte Carlo. At midnight on the Sunday, amid characteristic chaos, the fortunate few set off from the Quai Albert Premier at 2-minute intervals, whilst those less lucky drown their disappointment in champagne or sleep on between the clean sheets they failed to earn on the road section of the rally. The bright lights of Monte Carlo left behind, the cars are off on their 12-hour test. Their headlamps lighting the snow banked each side of the endlessly twisting roads, slippery with sand and gravel, laid to counteract the snow and ice. Anne Hall on her Anglia checks in at the Valberg control. 12 stages comprise the test, and lateness is expensive at 1 mark for every second. Alec Pitts arrives with his Mini Minor. He and his co-driver Tony Ambrose are in much better shape than is their car, but what an epic journey they had. Each stage has its scheduled average speed of up to 60 kilometers an hour, which, if it is to be maintained, calls for superb driving and high-precision timekeeping and navigation. A good car is also a help. Troutman's battered Citroën goes off. Boehringer's big 220 SE, as massif as the Centrale itself. Jimmy Ray's Sunbeam. And there's the Herald Coupe of Annie Swasbo, looking cool and calm as her co-driver collects her card. One after another, they come in to make brief contact with the outside world before driving off into the dark again, into their private nightmare world of constant calculation and concentration, as tough a test of car and crew as could ever be imagined. On through the never-ending night. But daylight comes at last, a doubtful blessing at best, for in the night you cannot see where you might have gone, but in daylight it's all too clear and terrifying. On now towards Valberg on the second lap, on which the first lap times between controls had to be precisely equalled. That Polish crude Simca corners neatly between the banks of snow. And if you didn't know already that it was dangerous, there's 2 little red posts to remind you. European rally champion Coltelloni races onto Valberg in his Citroën. Walter Schock's Mercedes drives through without stopping on his way to outright victory. Spectators take a good look at Pat Moss and Ann Wisdom en route to the ladies' prize. Tiny Lewis and Hugh Nash arrive at speed in the Herald, but they have been delayed by ill fortune when some fencing wire wrapped itself round a wheel and destroyed the wiring loop. Ronnie Adams and his Sunbeam. They are followed by Anne Hall's Ford. And she, in turn, is followed by a junior Coupe des Dames contender. The Norwegian crew of this Volvo are at home amongst the snows. So too are Corbishley and Roberts on their way to finishing 25th and to gain 3rd place in the class for series production touring cars. But who cares about these rally cars? They will never replace the horse. The road kneads down again through the landscape known to rally drivers as the Rockery, down towards Monte Carlo and the sea. "78 crews only survive of the 90 that set out nearly 12 hours ago to decide the winner of the rally. But no one is the loser in an international rally of this nature, for much is learned that cannot be learned elsewhere. Knowledge that will make tomorrow's touring car even better than today's. So, from the Alpine snow to the Monte Carlo sunshine. Outright victory to Mercedes-Benz, British victories in the classes, and Triumph are happy to congratulate the winning crews in the Monte Carlo Rally of 1960. No matter what the organizers may call it, and they change the name with the route almost from year to year, this event is known to English-speaking enthusiasts the world over as simply the Alpine. It is the classic rally of the mountains, representing and attracting the very finest elements of European international motorsport. 2,500 miles, 76 controls, 50 Alpine parts, and most of the biggest names in the game. The indefatigable Tom Wisdom teamed with Jeff Uren. Roy Fidler, Gretiner and John Sprinsel, also with Triumph TR4s, in this welcome return of the Works team to the publicity spotlight of open competition on the road. There too, the young friends and old rivals of the sport, and in his first big event as competition manager to the Triumph team, Graham Robson.
And then we'll see you at D and give you some service, all right? Yes. Now be good boys, off you go. Okay.
The comparatively small but highly select Alpine entry of some 60 cars is numbered by engine capacity, and David Siegel-Morris leads off, followed by Ojoye's Ferrari and his Healy teammate Pat Moss. Sutcliffe and Fidler lead the 4 Triumphs into battle. And from the waterfront of Marseille at 8:30 on a June morning, the rally sets off for Brescia, 800 miles away along the sweeping curve of the Alps. There were 12 special sections in this first stage alone, on which bonus marks could be won or penalties lost. And on the Alpine still, a single second late at any control along the route means the loss of an Alpine Cup. First of the speed tests was Mont Ventoux, a 13-mile mountain hill climb against the watch, well known to Siegel-Morris and Tony Ambrose, and their teammates Riley and Assel. But it was the Ferrari which made the fastest time of the day on this one, perhaps not surprisingly. Pat Moss is as fast as ever with Pauline Mayman, displaying no apparent lack of wisdom. The new Tr4s show well on their Alpine baptism, and here's our first glimpse of that redoubtable partnership, John Sprinsel and Willie Kay. But whereas after a normal hill climb the driver can use the descent to get his breath back, on the Alpine it's hammer all the way, for the controls come thick and fast, and the overall average for the road sections is remorseless. As on all the special hill climbs, Mont Ventoux was closed road, as sometimes completely closed. And this raised the dust in more ways than one. 2 of the 4 Zodiacs in the event were crewed by Frenchmen. And so, for that matter, was this Mini Cooper. But here was a totally uncomplicated Anglian entry, Anne Hall and Valerie Domlaire. In fact, more than half the crews this year were French, despite the Alpine's significance in the International Rally Championships. From Mont Ventoux on to the Col du Rousset, via 3 more special sections on which the target time to escape penalty had to be within 10% of the 2 fastest times in the class. This devil-take-the-hindmost policy meant flat-out motoring every time, of course, so the difference between special sections and timed climbs like the Rousset must have been hard to spot by the casual spectator. Wherefore art thou Alpha, Romeo? Throughout the first night, the route wound along the serpentine D-roads and little-known cols that lie in the province of the High Alps between Briançon and the Italian frontier at Montgenèvre. Rain gave way to snow in the higher altitudes, and climbs to over 5,000 feet are commonplace on the Alpine. But daylight brought some improvement in the weather, although the route, now looping along to the south of the Alps, remained arduous in every way. Not until you have driven in this event can you appreciate the relief of entering the sealed car park at the end of that first stage. In fact, only 41 cars made it to Brescia, and of those, though several had collected souvenirs, with 1/3 of the rally complete, there were still 35 unpenalized crews. The Alpine so far was proving untrue to form, but not so its principal protagonists. Pat Moss and the Austin Healey team were well placed, but fully aware of what lay ahead. The 4 Triumph TR4s were intact and unpenalized, their crews delighted with the car's performance. They were running, of course, in the Grand Touring category, in which a higher standard is demanded over every section than from series production machines. But on roads as serpentine and ill-surfaced as those on this rally, high speed must inevitably spell disaster to all save exceptional cars and drivers. Amongst the series production machines, the remarkable René Truitman had again taken the lead for France. And as usual, an equally fierce struggle had been joined for the ladies' prize, with Anne Hall and Valerie Domlaire unpenalized and in grim pursuit of Pat Moss and Pauline Mayman. For 30 years, one of Britain's leading motoring journalists, Tommy Wisdom no longer has to rush off in search of a telephone, a fact which, tired as he was, he must have regretted in a way, for here a story was developing. In this numerically superior European entry, it was the British cars and crews which were already showing their strength. After the overnight stop, from Brescia to Monza at crack of dawn for 20 high-speed laps on the 3.6-mile road circuit of the Italian Autodrome. Here, the task confronting the drivers was at least uncomplicated. It was, once again, to go as fast as possible. Modern European rallies are tending more and more to use racing circuits for high-speed tests, and an efficient team manager has naturally laid on the appropriate tyres for the job, to say nothing of a wheel tapper or two. Even so, time for these operations had to be won from the schedule. Pauline Mayman catches up on her breakfast. Her partner thinks she'd rather not eat just now, if you don't mind. She has a rather difficult letter to deal with. And with the inscrutable Italian police so much in evidence, who'd take a chance on a misdeal with the cards? That battered Alfa of Orsini keeps getting in amongst the triumphs, and in a few hours' time is to do so quite disastrously. Now David Siegel-Morris gets stuck into the sandwiches. What, no mustard? Finally, the first of the three groups move off on the warming-up lap. Tom Wisdom, happy in his work. And for others, this is the best free motor race for years. The Tr4s go well at Monza, lapping the difficult circuit at around 2 minutes 18 seconds, 93.3 miles an hour, and touching 121 miles an hour maximum on the straights. Here, the Mercedes 220 SE of Harris and X, which had been doing well, went out with broken suspension, and the Ferrari was penalized, beaten by both Siegel-Morris and Earl Morley. But misfortune now struck at the Healy team. Peter Riley overdoes it. The car is damaged, the driver unhurt. Peter hopes that no one but his team manager might notice, and he won't tell his wife, but those are not helping hands that are on their way. As the Ferrari roars by, Riley is disqualified for stopping other than in the refueling area, which is one way of putting it at any rate. So, back to the mountains for the serious business of the second stage. Brescia to Brescia, again some 800 miles in 28 unbroken hours. Now the rally broke new ground for the Alpine, running south and east into the Apennines and down towards the coast before turning north again. And this was more like old-fashioned rally. No special sections, but a constant succession of tight controls separated by anything from 17 to 40 minutes and seldom as much as an hour. Some of this section was reminiscent of the old Mille Miglia with which it had been intended to merge this year's Alpine. But the mountains evidently took a poor view of this arrangement and conspired to do their worst. By early morning, the Triumph team were one short. Sprintzel and Cave had been rammed by Orsini's Alfa. And now came a hectic little 20-minute dice. Only 2.5 hours now from the end of the second stage, but it had been a long, hard night, and the crews were tired. Siegel-Morris and Pat Moss check in. And now in the fatigue and discomfort, the whole rally becomes a sort of family. Rivals, teammates and officials alike. Mike Sutcliffe and Roy Fiddler now lead the TRs numerically and are unpenalized. Behind them, Tunner and Gretiner, also clean, as you would naturally expect of the Swiss. But Tom Wisdom is still in the hunt, having completed more Alpines than the rest of the team put together, and, as ever, non-committally determined to add this one to his score. For the night had added 5 more retirements to the 5 at Monza. But from now to the finish of the second stage back at Brescia, conditions were to become somewhat easier, though it would have been wrong to describe the going as corny. The little sprite of Williamson and Hyam had had a hard night of it. And this was now the sole surviving Mercedes of the Belgian national team. The Citroëns were fighting a duel with the Zodiacs in the series production category. And amongst the small cars, the casualty rate in penalties and retirements was particularly high. Between the 3 stages of the Alpine, the cars are locked away overnight in the Parc Fermé, and while the drivers rest, there's no opportunity for servicing the overworked machinery. The field was now reduced to 31. There were still some 750 miles to go. "5:30 a.m. after a rigorous all-night drive, and it's the Vivione, the pass most dreaded by the Alpine driver. David Segal-Morris and Tony Ambrose roar up in the lead of the cavalcade, amongst the few now still unpenalized, but a boulder and a broken wheel will soon rob them of their Alpine Cup. Pat Moss and Pauline Mayman, unpenalized too, regretting that the faster Stelvio pass, intended as a timed climb, had to be abandoned because of snow. The Vivione is a 7-mile horror, unused by tourists, all too well known in the rally world. Sutcliffe and Fiddler were now making a stupendous effort, unpenalized and climbing ever faster. They recorded 4th fastest time of the field on the Vivione, a very fine drive. Tunner and Gretiner were also unpenalized still, and here they were 5th fastest, ahead of Pat Moss, and 5.5 seconds slower than Sutcliffe. Tom Wisdom found himself for once a passenger with Jeff Uren at the wheel. Hans-Walter's Porsche was only 2nd fastest, despite all that the German champion could do. And it was the incredible René Treitmann who made the fastest time of the day, a clear 10 seconds faster than the Porsche. The Ford team at this stage seemed strong. Here's Venatia and Masson. But for every driver who's tackled it at rally speeds, the Vivione remains a vivid memory. Now Morrison and Logan with their Mini began to show up as contenders for their class. But it was Anne Hall's Anglia which remained the only unpenalized small car still running. The descent of the Vivione is every bit as alarming as the climb, perhaps even more so. And this year, the special section extended far down into the valley. It was dramatic, to say the least. Onwards across Lombardy towards France, and some comparatively easy going, which nevertheless reduced the field to 28. On then to the Izoard, a 5-mile time climb. The road has been much improved, but it's 8,000 feet, and the snow had lingered. Still, Siegel Morris leading the way, though now penalized. But David is not a man to give up easily, and the team prize was at stake. Pat Moss climbed brilliantly here to be third fastest. The Morley brothers, now with an eye on a repeat of their all-out victory last year, made second fastest time. And here's Mike Sutcliffe and the Tr4, still clean and wrestling with the problem of climbing as fast as possible without risking unduly his hope of an Alpine Cup. Tunner and Gretiner faced the same problem, and this time the Swiss pair beat their teammates. Wisdom and Uren preserved the TR triumvirate. This time, Hans Walter makes FTD just 5 seconds faster than the Morleys. And there go the gallant Williamson and Hyam with their little sprite. Venatier does his best to give Troutman a fight of it in the series production category. The Belgian-entered Mercedes was now the sole survivor of its kind, heavily penalized and badly damaged. Meanwhile, Bianchi's Citroën had been virtually rebuilt in Biella. The French-driven Minis still hammered on, but Berge there had lost his brakes, as well as, presumably, the pen of his navigator. that little BMW of Cazon and Billard was incredibly well driven to finish third amongst the improved series production group and 10th in the general classification. Our mini experts will have to keep an eye on him. So up and over and down the Izoard. But ahead lay further miles along the famous and beautiful Route des Grands Alpes. Amongst the special sections, a 12-mile time climb of the serpentine Col d'Alos, and the sting of the Alpine lay as usual in its tail. In the last two special sections, 4 more of the 28 survivors lost their Alpine Cups, including Tunner and Gretiner, who bent their steering, and the unfortunate Anne Hall, who lost certain victory in her class as well. It had been a long, hard drive to Cannes, but what better place to finish a rally? When Pat Moss arrived, she had every reason to believe that she and her new partner Pauline Mayman had done it again, and by winning the ladies' prize would secure 8 more points for the European Championship. And in came the Tr4s. One short, it's true, but that only because of accident, having done far more than can be normally expected of a new car on its first crack at the Alpine. Mike Sutcliffe won his Alpine Cup, and there can be little doubt that this had been his finest drive. And Tunner too, though robbed of his Alpine Cup in the final miles, at least had some consolation. In fact, it was happy reunions all round, though it looked as if the housekeeping money was going to take a beating in certain quarters. The crowd who turned up to the finish may well have wondered just what on earth had been going on. One of the greatest delights of rallying is that it's so nice when you stop. The 28 cars in the final park bore evidence to the severity of the event, and even to have got around the course at all meant a considerable achievement. The Triumph Tr4s won an Alpine Cup. They took the first 3 places in their class and were 4th, 6th and 7th in the Grand Touring General Classification, a performance which requires no qualifying comment, a performance which reflects the highest credit on the men who drove them: Tunner and Gretner, Mike Sutcliffe and Roy Fiddler, Tom Wisdom and Jeff Uren.